Oh my gosh.
Dude, are we here?
Are we live?
Is this happening?
Is this going on right? This is going on right. This is happening. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the official Time to Football NFL Draft 2020 watch party, draft coverage show, whatever we call it. My name is Hassan Khan, the host of this show. You want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I am the Madden champion, the rock, paper, scissors champion, the mock draft champion. I am Michael Watson.
Michael Watson, yes. If you're familiar with Time to Football, you know all about Michael Watson and the accomplishments that you've had. You were in the Madden tournament, obviously, that we mentioned that we were pretty sure going to bring back sometime in the future. But this guy right here knows a lot about football. And if you watch our NFL draft that we had the other day, you had some very interesting picks, and that's what we're going to talk about is the NFL draft. We have a monitor with the draft playing off camera. See, that's too much.
It's a little worn out, just like Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. Favre is better than Aaron Rodgers. He is a Packers legacy.
It's debatable. I mean, the legacy part, true. Is he better than Aaron Rodgers?
Okay, talent-wise, Aaron Rodgers is better.
Okay.
But Brett Favre has had a better career, in my opinion.
He's more accomplished, just the amount of years that he's had. Someone else that's been playing for a very long time and has an accomplished career is Tom Brady as well. A lot is on the line for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and drafting a corner, an offensive tackle, a lot of things to talk about in this draft. But let's talk about three things that you're looking forward to most in this upcoming draft. What are three teams or three players who could have impacts or can make an impact right away the rookie season?
Yeah, I think a lot of players in this draft will be Pro Bowlers in their second year. I think some players do have the chance of getting there within maybe their rookie season. It's hard to tell, like, quarterback-wise, because they have to get into a new system, learn it, gel with the players. So I wouldn't so much hit on quarterbacks, but I like a lot of the defensive players, a lot of the offensive tackles, and receivers. I think we're going to have some big-time receivers in this class that are going to produce huge fantasy numbers right away. Those being Jerry Jeudy, Ruggs from Alabama, and CeeDee Lamb from Oklahoma. Those three guys, if you're fantasy players, keep an eye on those guys, and DeAndre Swift as well. They're all going to produce some numbers. The team I'm looking forward to most, you mentioned, is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They've had a lot of pieces added here recently with Tom Brady and Gronk. So I've seen mock drafts with offensive tackle, running back, receiver. So it'll be interesting to see what route they go there. I would think you would want protection for Brady, or you go defensive side. I don't really see why you need another receiver or maybe running back. Ronald Jones, I'm not really sold on.
I've seen a lot of mock drafts with them taking receiver. With Rob Gronkowski being the biggest, obviously the signing that we're talking about is that happened yesterday, or the trade at least. We wanted to mention Douglas Lou Bearing.
Shout out to Douglas. What
up, bro? What up? And our insider Matt Mahoney. He actually got the call once Todd McShay got down with the coronavirus. He got the call up to ESPN. He's going to fill us in with a lot of inside information.
Matt, let's hear it, man. We need you to back us up, because Hassan and I's mock draft is going to go not like how this draft is going to go. So we need Matt to help us out.
Oh my gosh. You see this guy? This guy craps on my mock draft. And so did many of the YouTube comments. I'm sorry. T. Higgins was the best wide receiver available for the Eagles. If I could take that back, I would take that the Eagles trade up to number 10 with the Cleveland Browns, and they would draft someone like CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy. But we talked about this before we got on air. You jokingly said, but this actually could be true, that in the first round, it could only be quarterbacks, wide receivers, offensive tackles, pretty much at that point being taken.
Right. That's going to be the majority of this class. And I think a majority of those players we'll see in the Pro Bowl and Hall of Fame. I just think it's so deep at those three positions. Those teams that are in those needs for those positions, their mouth is just watering right now.
Dude,
and I
it's
think we're going to
unbelievable.
see. I think this year's draft we might have the most trades. I think we'll have at least 7 trades in the
Wow.
first round.
I mean, in past year's drafts, I think 2019 was a little bit different. I think there was roughly around that many trades. But in past year's draft and first rounds, there have been like 13, 14, maybe even 15 trades. If you want to count the picks or the trades that have already been made pre-draft, which a lot of those teams that have those trades already made are the Dolphins, the Vikings. These teams have multiple first-round picks. Do you think of any of those teams, which one of them do you think is going to have a really good draft and is in really good position to help their team out?
I think you got to look at Miami. They got 3 first-round picks there, and they could move up, which I think they do. I think they move up and get 2 at 3. People have Tua falling, but I think it's all smoke. I think it's just a smoke screen.
We'll see.
So maybe the Chargers don't move up to 3. I think it's all just a smoke screen. I'm convinced they're moving up to 3 for Tua.
Wow. That's, and we talked about this before in our NFL mock draft that we posted on YouTube. I think that Tua is going to be taken by the Dolphins, but it's going to be at number 5. I still think that the Panthers really want Isaiah Simmons, and they're going to trade up to that number 3 spot. I could be wrong, but, we'll have to see for sure. As by the way, we aren't, when you were confused about what is this whole live reaction show, this isn't us streaming the NFL draft. We would get taken down for that because of copyright issues. This is you watching the NFL draft on another TV, which on ESPN right now, they're showing a very emotional video.
I'm tearing up, dude.
Dude, I'm tearing up too. And I'm also hearing reports from our insider, Matt Mahoney, that Joe Burrow is very good at football, specifically hurling pigskin in forward direction. Do you agree with that?
Wow. Matt hit it right on the spot.
We couldn't have done it without him.
Who would have known? Who would have known he can throw?
I think the Bengals are very, very, very familiar that he can't throw the ball, that he can't throw 8 touchdowns in one single game, that he can be the first overall pick and playing for the hometown Cincinnati Bengals.
It'll be interesting to see. So while we're on the topic of the Bengals, Joe Burrow, if a team offers you all these picks, do you take it, or does that just solidify your thought of he's that good? He's going to be that franchise player.
What's funny is that, I don't know if you heard or not, but the Dolphins were interested in trading up for the number 1 overall pick.
Right.
The Dolphins, we also heard, were interested in trading up to number 3 to draft an offensive tackle. I think that was just smokescreen at that point. But the Bengals were not interested. It seems like from what we've been watching on ESPN for like the last 2 hours while we were getting ready for the show, is that they're sold on taking Joe Burrow, number 1. And then the Redskins, they're sold on taking Chase Young, number 2. The Falcons, our hometown team, my favorite team, much better than the Green Bay Packers. That's a lie, but I like to believe it. We're in talks with trading up to the number 2 spot for the Redskins, which 14 spots is kind of ridiculous, and I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've seen a lot of reports where the Falcons are trying to move up to the top 10. I just don't see how it happens. They don't have enough assets. And if anything, my mindset for the Falcons was they're going to trade down to acquire more. Like they have so many holes to fill. I mean, you have to get a linebacker. You got to get some pressure on the quarterback. You got to go already on that offensive line. It's like someone has to produce there. You spent 2 first-round picks last year on a guard and a tackle. So it's hard for me to say that they're going to move up. They just don't have enough assets in this class or this year's draft or next year's draft, in my opinion. And if they do move up, it's going to be a load. Yeah,
we'll have to see. C.J. Henderson is a target. Javon Kinlaw. Those are probably the 2 main ones that they could be focusing on. As we are watching Trey Wingo get ready to kick off the NFL draft. Interesting vibe nowadays with the whole virus going on, and they have to.
Is that us? Do y'all
Dude,
see
that's
us?
us. Oh my gosh! Yeah, the little red screen right there.
Oh yeah,
we can't get a good visual. Yeah,
I see us.
That's us. It's totally us. Wow. Oh, there's another red screen. Oh no, never mind. There it is. There's 3. Wow.
Is that Matt? Was that Matt trying to steal?
I think it was probably Matt. Yeah. But yes, we are watching live with you guys at on ESPN. Of course, you can also watch on NFL Network. ABC is streaming ESPN's coverage. Roger Goodell is giving a very, very emotional speech right now. Did you say something about Donald Trump?
Yeah, apparently Donald Trump will be announcing the first round pick or the first overall pick, which is interesting. Maybe he should be the commissioner of the NFL. It couldn't get any worse, right?
Do I have the qualifications?
He does.
Nice. Nice. But as they keep talking about the coronavirus and everything that's been going on with that, it's been wild. Do you think that is this draft worth it? Are we going to have football?
This draft is 100% worth it. I think it's a move on actually Roger Goodell's and to have this draft when there's no sporting events really going on. You look at the Michael Jordan documentary and how many views that got. Was it like 4 or 6 million or something like that?
Yeah.
I mean, I think you're going to have similar numbers to this draft just because people are like us are desperate for sports, desperate to talk about something sports related. So I think it's a really smart move on the NFL's end. And I don't think they would suspend it because they're all about that money.
Money is good. Money is great. As you guys are filing in, we're getting more and more people coming in. We actually mentioned before this started, this is our first live stream ever. So we didn't know what to do or what to expect going into it. Hopefully we know what we're doing. But we don't know what to expect. So we don't know whether it's going to be 100 people tuning in. We don't even know if it's just going to be one person tuning in. All right. I don't know if Mikey's mom is tuning in and that'll be the one person. That's okay. That's okay. A very supportive mom.
Hi, Mom.
But are they doing a moment of silence? Okay.
Do we stand up?
Doing the national anthem?
We stand up, right?
Do we take a knee? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I cut that out? I have no political. Oh, okay.
Well, he's sitting.
So who is he? Am I that uncultured? I don't know who that is. I miss Roger
Justin
Goodell
Timberlake.
Let's go with that. Yes, so they're doing the national anthem right now. We're not going to worry about that because it's. I'm standing.
It's too late to stand.
You're getting a good shot of my crotch right now. Derek Davis said, "Salute the pledge, USA." Mikey, you know Derek Davis, the Time2Football fantasy champion.
Derek, I took my hat off. Is that not good enough for you?
Apparently not. So sentimental. I love this. All right, I'm sitting down. No disrespect.
That's disrespect. Standing and then sitting.
Gosh, I'm standing now. I'm staying standing. Oh my gosh. You know what was disrespectful?
Colin Kaepernick.
The fact that you were going to drink vanilla Coke on air.
I'm actually getting paid to sponsor Big K Vanilla Coke.
Sorry, I can't afford the... Harry Connick Jr. Okay, that's who it is. That is who it is.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.?
Harry Connick Jr. Not a big NASCAR guy, are you?
All I know is Jimmy Johnson's probably the best at left-hand turns.
You know, he's a multi-time Super Bowl champion with the Dallas Cowboys. That Jimmy Johnson. It's pretty good. And he's a race car driver as well on top of that. But Matt Mahoney, actually our insider, just texted us that it is Harry Connick Jr. So we got the confirmation.
He just knows everything.
He really does. You're going to hear a lot from him. He's going to be texting us updates. Actually, without him, this whole live stream wouldn't be possible. So we appreciate you, Matt, for making this whole entire live stream possible. But it looks like they are in a commercial break right now. And coming up, we've got the #1 overall pick with the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow, Joe Exotic, the Tiger King.
Football King? Pigskin King? What do we call it?
Macaulay Culkin King. Guy from Home Alone?
Sure.
Sure, all of the above. What are some aspects that you like about Joe Burrow, and what do you dislike about him?
So I'm gonna use this platform and use the word that I hate when every other analyst uses it.
Here it
That
is.
is swagger.
Wow.
Something neither Hassan or I have.
Cringe.
And that's why we're talking about these players instead of
Cringe to the max, dude.
playing with the players.
Dude.
But anyway, Joe Burrow, I mean, you can just see his confidence. When he went to LSU his first year, he was kind of, just feeling things out, it seemed like. And then his senior year, man, he just went in there with all the confidence in the world. And that's what you need in a quarterback. You just need that confidence, the leadership, and he has that. And you could see it with LSU last year. So I think that's the biggest key, I think, to his game is his confidence. It'll be interesting I mentioned this in the mock draft that we did. It'll be interesting to see what he does with not a ton of receiving targets with Cincinnati, because with LSU he had Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Thaddeus Moss.
It's good targets,
the running back Edward Alaire.
Mm-hmm.
So he has a ton of options there where I could throw the ball to them. So I'm not saying that I would be the first overall pick, but I might be top 5 if I had those options to throw.
Wow.
But I like people give him crap about his arm strength and his hand size. It's all crap. Tom Brady doesn't have a strong arm, but it's all about timing.
When he measured his hand size at the NFL Combine, he tweeted something snarky where he was like, "Well, just got to retire now."
Not going to be successful.
That could be true, could not be true. We don't know yet.
It'll be interesting because who's their top option in Cincinnati? AJ Green.
Yeah,
beat up.
But then you've got Tyler Boyd, was a second-round pick when he got drafted, but now he's slowly emerging as that number 1 option.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Joe can, increase his numbers and make him look like a superstar. I thought Andy Dalton. I love Andy Dalton. He gets a lot of hate and criticism, and I would love to see him go to New England because I think they'd be right back in the Super Bowl hunt if they had Andy Dalton.
You know what's funny is everybody crapped on saying that he lost it. He was the reason that they went. They only won 2 games last year, but really, I think we realized the talent that Andy Dalton has, and it wasn't his fault. And then recently, last week, I think it was around Easter, maybe a couple of weeks ago, he was out there in the backyard. That video, I don't know if you saw it. He was throwing footballs, and then people were like, "Oh, Andy Dalton's so good." And which one is it? Which one is it? He's good. We believe that he's good.
Lasers.
He's so great. He's so accurate, and that's what I love about him. Is I honestly thought that maybe the Patriots or the Panthers or whoever could have made a trade for him, but his contract is pretty sizable. And it looks like he's just going to be a backup at this point in Cincinnati, maybe for his last year. Or is Joe Burrow going to start right out the gate?
I think Joe's going to start right out of the gate. You don't spend a number 1 overall pick and bench a guy. Andy Dalton will not be in Cincinnati next year. There's no way.
That's Wait, in 2020 or in 2021?
This upcoming season.
Interesting.
And that's another aspect to this whole draft is you have Jameis Winston still out there. Andy Dalton will be available. I'm sure I'm missing another guy or two that are, starter capable guys. So if you look at these teams that need quarterbacks, Chargers, Dolphins, if they miss out on any of these guys, you think they might make a move for one of them. I mean, Jameis threw how many touchdowns last year?
33.
How many interceptions?
That -3.
Oh, 21.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate math right there.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how the draft affects those free agents, and I think those teams will really go in there and go hard after Jameis if they miss out on one of these top 4 quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll definitely see what's going to happen. Derek Davis is actually chatting with us and saying that Cincinnati will tank again for another top wide receiver to replace AJ Green next year. Ooh.
He thinks this year they'll take a receiver?
No, next year. So, they're going to tank, and then they're going to replace AJ Green. with another top wide receiver. I mean, what other top wide receiver do you? Because you're a big college football fan.
Love it. I don't know if Jamar Chase will be eligible, the other receiver at LSU.
Yeah.
And Justin Ross, Clemson, and Devontae Smith, Alabama. I don't know if any of those, besides Jamar Chase is legit. He's going to be one of the best receivers in the league down the road once he gets there, once he becomes eligible. And I think it's next year. I might be wrong. But it was funny that Derek said that because I was thinking roles reversed. If I'm the Bengals, I compare Trevor Lawrence and I compare Joe Burrow. And for me, Trevor Lawrence, I think, is one of the best quarterbacks to come out in a while.
Yeah.
And I love Trevor Lawrence.
Love him
it's
too.
his hair. I love his hair.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of women tend to fall in love with it. Or men, it's okay. Yeah, I wish I didn't say that live at all.
Dude,
we don't.
My fiance is watching.
Congratulations. My fiance is watching as well. Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. Anyway, so if I'm the Bengals, all right, everyone boo real quick. Boo.
You know what's funny is I was actually in the NFL draft in Nashville for the NFL draft last year. It was getting kind of annoying the amount of times. You know, it's funny like the first 5 times I do come on stage, but then like after that, it's like, we get it. I want to hear the pick, you know. But
do you though?
Yeah, I do. I want to hear N'Keal Harry get drafted by the Patriots, so that
or you could just look at your phone and you already know the pick before the pick is announced.
See, I could have pulled my phone out because it was just raining hard. I mean, it's water resistant, but like it was just like Woodstock out there. It was so much fun. As we see inside the Cincinnati Bengals, quote unquote, with Zach Taylor and Duke Tobin, director of player personnel. What were we even talking about? I forgot.
We're talking about
Trevor Lawrence's hair.
Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, yeah. Joe Burrow.
What I was thinking, if a team is offering all these picks, just say Miami is offering all these picks, they offer next year's pick, you're still here. And why not get one of these top receivers that are legit? Like, you can get Jerry Jeudy, CD Lamb. Take one of those guys, and you'll still probably have a top 5 pick if it's from Miami, if it were Miami. And then next year you get Trevor Lawrence. You pair those 2 guys. I mean, it's a similar proposal that Derek had, just kind of roles reversed. It'd be
interesting.
It'd be Burrow and Jamar Chase or whoever that might be.
Yeah.
But it'd be interesting. I would love to. I hope so many trades go down. And if the Falcons move into the top 10, I'll do 50 push-ups. I'm not sure if I can do 50 push-ups, but I'll do 50 push-ups.
Do we have
right
enough
now.
room? We don't. We can.
I'll
zoom
do it
out
on the table.
We can zoom out. Oh, okay. That'd be pretty hot. Let's do it. Let's do it. As the Bengals are now approaching it, 8.5 minutes remaining in their pick. We wanted to give us some shout outs with you guys. Josh Webb, glad you guys are here. Josh, we are glad that you were watching with us. We really are. You made our day. Rob Andres, how do you know Mahoney? You just love Mahoney? I don't know if you know him or not, but he also says that Burrow should sit the first season. He also said Houday, so he seems like he's a Bengals fan. But Bengals taking Felipe Franks.
Felipe Franks, isn't he at Arkansas?
No idea.
He's at Arkansas.
So as we are now under 8 minutes going on right now, Mahoney also said hi, Sarah, as well. Everybody get your hi, Sarahs in. She would love that. Hi, Sarah. We've got Mel Kiper. Again, we mentioned Todd McShay is under the coronavirus, but that's okay.
That's why we're here.
Yeah, we are.
It takes 2 to become 1.
We are one half Todd McShay combined. We are 1/3 with Matt Mahoney watching.
Yeah, we can't forget about him.
We can't forget about Matt Mahoney, guys. You guys just find Time to Football on Twitter, and you'll see Matt Mahoney just tweeting about Time to Football. Make sure you guys mention him and give him a shout as well.
Hey, going back to one of those comments about Joe Burrow sitting the first year, isn't he like 24 already?
Yeah, he's. I know he was 23. Maybe he just had his birthday recently. I'm not sure, but yeah, He's
You
getting
don't
up
know
there
his
in age.
birthday? Awful
I
insider.
know. Oh my gosh.
Awful. Matt, can we get fact check on
Matt,
that?
let's get a fact check on his birthday. Derek Davis also says hi, Sarah, as well. So sweet. But yes, there's just a lot of questions about that as far as age goes. I've seen in the first round a 28-year-old quarterback get taken not so long ago. Do you know who that quarterback was?
28 years old.
28 years old.
Probably Aaron Rodgers, as long as he sat in that green room. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I sat there for a good 6 years. Brandon Weeden. Brandon Weeden of the Cleveland Browns in the same draft, 2012.
Yeah.
Which was supposed to be touted as the greatest quarterback draft class behind the 2004 draft class. They had Andrew Luck, Robert Griffin III, Russell Wilson, Nick Foles, Ryan Tannehill. Pretty stacked. But then you have Brandon Weeden and Brock Osweiler, and we don't talk about them.
All I heard is Russell Wilson.
Yeah, that's
Go Badgers.
Wow. He's a big Wisconsin fan. Big Wisconsin fan. John Troutman knew the answer. He said Brandon Weeden. Did not see that.
Shout out to John Troutman, all the way from DC.
Wow, the guy in the Atlanta Falcons shirt is so good looking. Is that you?
I have one on underneath, so they were probably talking about me.
How'd you know? You got X-ray vision? Man, that's amazing.
What do they think about my shirt?
We just got some updates from Matt Mahoney. They don't care about your shirt. They don't care about your jersey. What do we got for us, Matt? Burrow is 23 years old. Ha!
Wow.
Ha! I was right.
How old are you?
Can I mention that on air?
Depends.
I'm 16. Burrow is 23 years old. Birthday December 10th. Okay.
That's my birthday.
No, it's not.
It's not.
It's close. It's close. 26. I'm 26. I just revealed my age. No one ever knew my age.
You're 26 and he's 23.
Yeah, and what am I doing with my life?
What are you doing with your life?
Live
he's making
streaming?
more in one night than you have your whole career.
I know. That's
How
insane.
about that?
But is he, though? He's not signing a contract here tonight. So technically, he's not making any money right now.
I'm just glad that the Bengals haven't made a pick yet, since they haven't had enough time yet to decide who they would pick. I'm really glad that they're really using this extra 10 minutes to really fine-tune their pick.
No, they need the 6 minutes. They really do. Oh, my gosh, Booger. What kind of insight can we learn from him?
Nothing. Just absolutely nothing.
Booger is the GOAT on
Monday Night Football?
Yeah, he's yeah. Hey, he didn't get replaced by Drew Brees or Peyton Manning, which ESPN wanted. So, Booger is the GOAT.
I don't think that was by choice.
I believe it was. Booger, you outlasted those two fine men, and we respect you. So our insider Matt actually said that the Bengals have Cricket Wireless. That's what's taking them so long. So, thanks, Matt. We just lost a potential sponsor, but that's okay. That's okay. But yes, wow, 7 minutes have passed. But the pick is in. The pick is in.
Says who? Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, this is his Heisman speech.
They're ruining the suspense. Is it Joe Burrow?
Is it or is it not? We don't know. Speaking of suspense, with everybody being in like the draft room, they show up, like the players show up to walk across the stage. Sometimes when the pick was just going, they would show them on the phone while like a team like the Washington Redskins were on the clock. Like, hey, I just got he's talking on the phone right now. He's probably talking to the Washington Redskins. I'm like, I don't want to know that. I just want to hear Roger Goodell say it so that I can have the level of suspense.
Right. The worst is the NBA. The NBA, even though the 3 picks before,
that's ridiculous.
You got shout out to Woj. Shout out to Woj.
Yeah, he's a GOAT.
He really is the GOAT, but he really does ruin the draft for everyone every single year. We get it. We know you're the best. We know you know the picks. Let us enjoy it.
Yeah, Animal Beast just said cringe fest. I don't know whether he's talking about the Cincinnati Bengals or he's talking about us, but either way, thank you, Animal Beast. Joe Burrow, the pick is in, and they still have not announced it yet, but we don't know what is happening right now. Obviously, from Athens County, and he's going to make a good hometown hero if he were to play for the Cincinnati Bengals. But you know, what would you think that the Cincinnati Bengals would do with their second round pick to help? I mean, they've got a need at offensive lineman, at linebacker, at tight end as well, even at wide receiver.
I think you can still get a really high quality receiver in the second round. Maybe T. Higgins is there. If he's there, why not T. Higgins?
I'd be shocked. Here we go.
That's not Donald Trump.
Joe Burrow is the selection for the Cincinnati Bengals.
What?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
As he celebrates with his parents, we assume.
Are those Bose headphones?
We don't know.
AirPods?
I assume that they are AirPods Pro, too.
Who would have guessed?
Joe Burrow is the next quarterback of the Cincinnati Bengals. Wow. I feel like I knew this answer for a few months by now, but it's okay. But he is celebrating with his family. It seems like he probably has a FaceTime call or something with Zach Taylor as we see his highlights. And he talked about the ups and downs and the good and the bad of Joe Burrow as we see his highlights from Ohio State. Sometimes we forget that he actually went there.
It's crazy.
The quarterback room that they had.
That whole team.
Yeah, that was nuts. But
I love it, though, for the Bengals, mostly just because he's that hometown kid. And I talked about it in mock draft. I feel like every fan wants a hometown hero. I know I've been rooting for the Hawks, the Falcons to give a hometown kid forever. And it feels like every chance that they have, they just pass on it. So I'm happy for the Cincinnati fans. They can kind of forget about him leaving Ohio State and now, have him in the NFL, and hopefully he'll be as successful as he was in college. I mean, he's got that confidence where, I don't think much will waver from college to the NFL. So it'll be interesting to see how he meshes with Zach Taylor. And, I hope that they come back, because when the Bengals are in the playoffs, I like rooting for the Bengals. They're just like that team that you can't hate, and AJ Green is there too. So
that helps out a lot. Go Dogs. But with Marvin Lewis now gone, hopefully they're not going to lose 7 playoff games, which they did under his tenure. So maybe Zach Taylor is going to turn things around and he's going to actually win a playoff game in Cincinnati.
Marvin just needed one more year.
You believe so?
Just one more year.
He was good enough to go to the playoffs, but I mean, at that point, if you're losing 7 games in the playoffs, are you saying okay, well, maybe it's the coach is getting you to is it really the coach?
You're going to say Andy Dalton's not good enough?
I'm saying Andy Dalton is spectacular from that video that I saw of him thrown in his backyard. But, it is exciting. And they, like you said, they are a team that you would possibly root for if they were to make the playoffs. Any bust potential at all for Joe Burrow? On a scale of 1 to 10.
10 being a bust?
10 being a bust, yeah.
I'll do a 3.
Okay.
I think that he's smart enough and his leadership skills are there, and I think his timing is there. So, I mean, you look at Tom Brady. I mean, he didn't have the biggest arm in the world. So if he can figure out offense, learn how to read defenses, which he clearly knows how to do, and he has a long ball, but maybe the velocity isn't there. But I mean, he'll be fine.
We actually had something cool happen as you see that Zach Taylor and company are celebrating. You see Booger on the screen.
Are they 6 feet away like us?
Dude, we are 6 feet away. We can't even touch each other right now. See that? Can't even touch each other. Something cool that I wanted to note is one of the very first fans of Time2Football was a guy by the name of Josh Wolf. And I know this because he would comment all the time. And I guess he stopped commenting recently. And then about a year ago, he commented, he's like, hey, man, it's so cool to see how far you came along on the journey with Time to Football. Keep on doing what you're doing. And I noticed that back then he was a Cincinnati Bengals fan. He just commented and he said, Joe will be laying on his back a lot like Andy Dalton. Ooh, I think that's a reference to the offensive line.
Oh, I thought it was another reference.
Oh, we can cut that out. But we can't, so we have to keep that. Josh, we appreciate you watching. But yeah, that offensive line, which, I mean, they drafted Jonah Williams to hopefully be a stud like he was in college on that offensive line, but that is a big need.
Well, we talk about, you asked, what would they do with second-round pick? This class is loaded with offensive tackle. You hope that one falls down there, maybe the tackle from Houston or maybe Austin Jackson from USC.
Josh Jones.
Maybe you just kind of cross your fingers, hope one of those guys falls. Or if not, why not move up? Why not move up? And I mean, what I've heard is Mekhi Becton's kind of fallen down the board a little bit. And after seeing him run the 40, I'll trade up and get him. Why not?
As you guys are listening into Joe Burrow's words representing the 740, the Redskins pick is in. So
I wonder who that is.
I have no idea. Tua Tagovailoa. No, that's ridiculous. That they would even draft Tua at number 2.
What if Goodell gets up there and says the Washington Redskins have traded their pick to the Atlanta Falcons?
I will do 50 push-ups with you.
I'll break the camera.
I will hit
Whose
you for
camera
breaking the camera.
Is it Matt's?
It's Matt's. It's Matt Mahoney.
Matt, I will break the camera.
Well, as he is breaking the camera and the pick is in for the Washington Redskins, Chase Young is pretty much guaranteed to go at this point.
For sure, and he's arguably the best player in this class.
Hands down. There's no doubt. And if I were the Bengals, I understand the need of Joe Burrow and you're thinking of the future, but I wouldn't have been I would have been shocked, but I wouldn't have, looked down on them if they did take Chase Young.
Why not roll with Andy Dalton and have Chase Young on the edge?
Good point. But at that point, how many more years do you have left with Andy Dalton? A few more years if you want to re-sign him with a mega contract, which he's probably going to get. With him losing his job, he's probably going to sign for, I want to say, a veteran's minimum, but he's going to get less money with another team. But you do have a good point with that.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see, Ron Rivera taking over in Washington. I think he's a very good defensive-minded coach. So it'll be fun to watch him with Chase Young. I mean, you got once-in-a-lifetime defensive end right here with Chase Young, who's going to get after the quarterback every other play, it seems like. Maybe produce a sack or two a game. He's going to be in the conversation with Von Miller, J.J. Watt. He's going to be at the top, Shaquille Barrett at the top of the sack leaderboard. He's going to be up there. I look at like players that I think are like similar, and I keep thinking of Myles Garrett. I think like those two are just going to dominate this league for the next 10 years.
Yeah, Myles Garrett got reinstated obviously from the whole helmet fiasco that he had with Mason Rudolph. We just saw Chase Young on the phone, so they haven't announced it technically, but we saw Chase Young on the phone. We can only assume that it is the Washington Redskins. Grew up 20 minutes away from DC, so that's actually going to be a good hometown team for him to play with. But
I didn't know that. I didn't know he was hometown.
Here we go, Roger. What you got for us? Ooh,
wow,
you're a genius.
Yeah, like I said, who would have known? It's even crazier. We're 2 for 2 on our mock draft.
Oh my gosh. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
But this is where the fun happens now. 3 through 32.
Yep. So Lions on the clock. I think in our mock draft, I had Miami moving up to 3 to pick Tua.
Yeah. I mean, they're already 5 minutes past or into this pick, so it doesn't seem like a trade is happening at this point.
They're on the phone.
Okay.
They're on the phone.
Yeah. Can we get a shot of them on the phone so we can ruin the suspense? No, not yet. Okay.
Maybe Matt knows.
Possibly. Young. Like they talked about, Ashburn, Virginia. Maybe more than 20 minutes, but it's fairly close to Landover, Maryland. But Chase Young being the defensive end we talked about, there's talk about them taking Tua Tagovailoa. at quarterback, I thought that was kind of false because Ron Rivera has stated in the past that if the season were to start right now and there's no offseason program, he puts his trust in Kyle Allen to be the quarterback right now. Dude, don't face palm. Don't face palm. Don't do that to Kyle.
Who?
You don't know Kyle Allen?
Oh, Kyle.
Kyle. There you go.
Kyle.
There you go. I just had to say Kyle. Kyle Allen.
That's right.
Kyle Allen, yeah. But that, and I mean, if Dwayne Haskins is good to go as well and wins the starting job, I don't know.
If I'm Ron Rivera, Cam Newton's out there too. That's
Cam
the
is
other
out
quarterback I was thinking of. If you're the Redskins, why not sign one of those quarterbacks? Because I'm telling you, Kyle Allen and Dwayne Haskins is not going to cut it. If you're trying to build the team up, you're not going anywhere with those two guys at quarterback.
And a lot of people forget about Alex Smith as well.
That's right.
I know that he's still recovering from his gruesome injury, and pretty much it was life-threatening with all the infections that he had with his legs. But you would assume that when he does recover, whenever that is, he's going to be fighting for his quarterback position if he still wants to play in the NFL. He is getting up there in age. But this is a cool stat that I just got from our insider, Matt Mahoney. Joe Burrow just became the 6th QB from the 2015 QB recruiting class to become a first-rounder and the 5th to go top 10.
Wow. There's
Burrow, Kyler Murray, Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold, Josh Rosen. Lamar was the 6th first-rounder. So that's a deep position right there, deep group.
What a class.
Yeah.
What a class. I mean, we're going to look back on this years from now. We're looking back at it now. And it's so hard to tell when like these quarterbacks are going to pan out or not, especially in high school. You know, you're always gambling. You just outside of, like I said, Trevor Lawrence, like you didn't know what you were getting. Even with like Justin Fields at Georgia, like you tell like he wasn't as comfortable in the pocket, and a lot of that is due to the offense that Georgia runs. But those quarterbacks it's just like a throw up in the air. Like, what are you gonna get?
Yeah, exactly.
So for them to have, how many was it? 6 from that class?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's insane. I mean, they're not crazy. Like bad quarterbacks. I mean, I'm so sold on Tua.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like anyone else is, but 2 years ago, everyone would have said Tua. And what, just because he got injured, they're gonna let him slide down the board?
I think, yeah. You talked about Nick Saban was on ESPN's coverage earlier, and they said that he doesn't want the Miami Dolphins to make the same mistake that they made with Drew Brees. He was hurt, and so that's why they decided to get. As we see, Bob Quinn, the general manager, Matt Patricia, like I said, the pick is in for the Detroit Lions.
Is that Andy Reid or Matt Patricia?
What is that supposed to mean?
No comment.
Oh, the pick is in for the Detroit Lions. Jeff Okudah.
Wow.
Is a Detroit Lion.
So does that mean our mock draft is currently off? Because we did have Jeff Okudah going 3. Just 2 different.
Yeah.
That's no.
No. It is thrown off now. And like we mentioned, the Lions were in the running for trading away that number 3 pick, but I guess it's not being away. And now at that point, if you're a team like the Dolphins or the Chargers are at 5 and 6, you're probably sweating bullets because you probably have your quarterback that you want. You know that you want Chase or you want Justin Herbert or do you want Tua Tagovailoa? Do you draft or trade up with the Giants so that they don't trade up over the other team?
I think if you think it's your guy, you make that trade happen.
Interesting.
I think you make that trade happen. I'm not sure what kind of assets the Chargers have. But without Phillip Rivers there, like I feel like him was pretty close to breaking through. Like I feel like they're a borderline playoff team with Phillip Rivers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're missing much there. I love their defense and their offense is mediocre.
And Phillip Rivers wasn't the problem, I don't think. I mean, 20 interceptions, yeah, that sucks, but I mean, it's Phillip Rivers.
Right,
I think he can still play.
That's what Phillip Rivers does. It's like Brett Favre. He's going to get 4 touchdowns, but you might have 2 or 3 interceptions. like Jameis Winston. 4 touchdowns, 4 picks, or I should say 4 pick sixes.
No one would know more than the guy that's wearing the Brett Favre jersey right now. But as the Giants are approaching 6 minutes right now in their pick.
What do you think about the Lions not trading away that pick and going with Jeff Okudah?
Smart. It's smart. This is one of the very few lockdown corners to come down, like can do man-to-man. I believe he didn't have any pass interferences or anything of that nature going his way when he was at Ohio State. So I think this is smart for the Lions. Yeah, you could have gotten a plethora of draft picks, but I mean, depending on where you trade down, Derek Brown, Isaiah Simmons, they're good, but this is going to be a good corner for the next 10 years.
Right, I agree. Especially with Darius Slay going to the Eagles, you really don't have anyone else who's going to guard Devontae Adams.
Exactly.
Who's going to guard Allen Robinson? You're desperate for a cornerback, and in this class, I'd say that's probably the weakness in this class is cornerback. Usually, we'll see 3 or 4 guys that can hold their own. This one, I have question marks about everyone else from here on out. The next best guy would be C.J. Henderson?
Yeah, or A.J. Terrell, or depending on.
Yeah, those would be the guys.
Yeah.
And so I think Jeff Okudah is a good pick for them staying put at 3. And I'm highly disappointed we haven't seen a trade yet, but hopefully we got one coming.
Well, with the Giants at the number 4 pick, a lot of talk has been with them taking an offensive tackle at this point. Do you take Tristan Wirfs, Frederick Wills? Because there's a lot of talk about there's a ties with Alabama with Wills and Nick Saban and Joe Judge being the head coach of the Giants, so they might take Wills. But then again, Tristan Wirfs has been touted as the best offensive line to some. Some believe it's Wills. So who are you taking with the number 4 pick of New York Giants?
If I'm the Giants, I'm looking at 2 or 3 guys. I'm looking at Isaiah Simmons. I'm looking at Derek Brown. And I'm looking at who's my third? Oh, Andrew Thomas. Andrew Thomas is probably what I would do if I were, in their shoes. You need someone to protect Daniel Jones, who you think is your star quarterback. You obviously need a tackle, and in my opinion, he's the best offensive tackle in this class.
That's interesting that you mentioned Andrew Thomas being the best offensive tackle.
If people watch Andrew Thomas, the guy's a freak. He came into Georgia as a true freshman and started every game.
Yeah.
That's unheard of in the SEC to just hop in and go against these dudes at Alabama that bench 800 pounds. And
that's a good point too. That's something they got to take into consideration as well.
So you compare 2 things. All right, Tristan Wirfs, Iowa. Iowa's known for Big Ten producing
getting some
offensive linemen.
Big boys
and
out
then
there.
On the other hand, you have Isaiah Wilson playing in the best conference. So not Isaiah Wilson, Andrew Thomas.
Andrew Thomas.
So I think between those 2 guys, I think it's true. So it'll probably be Jedrick or Mekhi Becton.
What the heck? We can roll with that as we are getting closer and closer to 2 minutes.
I think they're really
Giants
thinking hard. I mean, they probably knew this was going to be the order right here, but I think they're itching for Isaiah Simmons deep down. He's so versatile.
I think they would live to regret it if they pass up on Isaiah Simmons, but at the same time, I don't know. You've got to make a move on him on protecting Daniel Jones at that point, and then Saquon Barkley as well. I mean, he was hurt last year, and he didn't have that good of a season like he did his rookie season, and part of that can be attested to that offensive line. So, I mean, do you want to go ahead and draft an offensive line now so that you can get the best out of Saquon Barkley while he's young? You go with Isaiah Simmons and you think about the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting you bring up Saquon Barkley. He got an oak tree as his thigh.
It's a very good comparison.
So you're going to need a guy to open up a hole enough to fit an oak tree through it. So maybe you got to go offensive tackle, I guess. That'd probably be the best decision for the Giants here. It's not the pretty pick, but if you look at the best teams in the league, they all have a top offensive line.
Yeah.
So you got to invest at some point, and why not invest it in probably the best offensive tackle draft we've seen?
Exactly. As the Giants are taking their sweet time to make the selection.
What is Matt's prediction on this pick?
I don't know. What is Matt's that pick? Maybe it was taking a long time because they were fielding some phone calls about some potential trades, maybe with the Dolphins or whoever it is, which the Dolphins are now on the clock with the Giants being their pick being in.
Going back to the first 3 picks, all 3 of those players played at Ohio State.
That's nuts.
3 picks. If you're a recruit, as much as I hate Ohio State, your chances of going to the league are high. I think I saw a stat where like they have the most top 10 picks in the like last decade.
Yeah,
which is crazy considering Alabama, the players that go through.
That's nuts. I mean, I think that the whole recruiting regime that they got over there, and then Ryan Day, what he's done in such a short period of time as well is just is pretty good. And ESPN is, of course, showing the resume of Joe Judge. We talked about the ties with Alabama and then the Patriots as well. You know, Nick Saban, Bill Belichick, just tight with everyone. So Wills could be the selection for the New York Giants. I'd be shocked, honestly, if it were Andrew Thomas.
Who's the Giants' best receiver right now?
Giants' best receiver right now is currently Sterling Shepard, that they have, and
why not trade back?
They also, go ahead.
Why not trade back?
Trade back and get a receiver.
Get a decent offensive tackle. Then you'll have to make another move to get back in the first and get a receiver.
They also had some good years with or good games with Darius Slayton as well. I mean, but it's not like a number one receiver. I know what you're saying.
Let's see what David Gettleman's going to do here.
Matt thinks that Isaiah Simmons will be the selection.
Yeah, wouldn't be a bad pick.
Not at all.
I'm not sure if I can name another player on that defense. Alec Ogletree.
They got Leonard Williams.
Leonard Williams, yeah.
Only got half sack, but he just signed an extension or his tender, so
can't be worse than Vic Beasley.
Gosh, I'm so glad he's gone. Roger Goodell, what you got for us? Oh my gosh!
Andrew Thomas, let's go.
Oh my gosh.
That's the man right there, Andrew Thomas.
Did you just call this?
Well, I know people.
Guys, only 6 people saw this. No one could have predicted that. I wouldn't have. Hey, shout out Lithonia.
Yeah, Andrew Thomas, man. That's the man right there. If you're a quarterback, you're dropping back.
Interesting.
Unless you're a left-hand quarterback.
But that is good point. I see what you did there. But that just at that point, okay, Tristan Wirfs is still Jedrick Wills. I thought they were the top 2 supposedly tackles.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has their boards, but like if you watch Andrew Thomas, man, the guy's just stud. He can. It's not just his pass blocking. He's, at Georgia, you got Nick Chubb running behind you. You had Sonny Michel. He blocked for all these guys as a freshman, which is crazy.
That's nuts.
So look at his tape, man. Look at him just taking up. Throw him to the ground. He's just, you don't have to worry about him. He's going to do his job. And I think Andrew Thomas is about to start a pipeline of offensive linemen from Georgia in the first round.
That's nuts.
You're about, and Isaiah Wilson, who's on the other side of him playing right tackle, is like 6'9", like 350. Like I think he might creep up into the first round also. But in the next coming years, watch out for these Georgia offensive linemen. They are just hauling in offensive linemen. These dudes are massive.
Josky, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. You said good call, bro.
Appreciate it, Josky.
That honestly was. I'm not even going to lie. This guy, he watched hundreds and thousands of hours of film on all these prospects to get ready.
I haven't slept in 3 months.
Dude, that's okay. That's too far. You need to sleep.
5-hour energy.
Oh, yeah. That's our sponsor, by the way.
We forgot to put Tan on the table.
Yeah, so we got 5 Hour Energy as a sponsor of Vanilla Coke BK.
Buffalo's
Buffalo's
Cafe.
as well. Buffalo's Cafe. But then also not Cricket Wireless. Thanks, Matt. But guess who's on the clock?
The Miami Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins, baby.
I love it. I can't wait to see what they do.
The amount of trades that they made so that they could be in this position.
Yeah, I mean, they basically let go of their whole team, and everyone's like, what are they doing? And now you look at it, they ended the season with a lot of momentum. I was doing a pick 'em where you pick a different team each week. So I was just picking every team against the Dolphins, and the Dolphins freaking won, and, they owe me money. But anyway, I'll let that go. Miami, stinking Dolphins. I mean, this is interesting here to me. I mean, okay, obviously they're going to go quarterback. But to me, Derek Brown and Isaiah Simmons were my top 3 overall players with Chase Young.
Yeah.
Those top 3 right there. I think they're all going to be in the Hall of Fame, honestly. So I just want to see someone hop up there and get one of those 2 guys, because they should not be falling out of the top 5.
They shouldn't.
Any other draft, I feel like they're taking top 3,
I
top
agree.
4.
I 100% agree. Man, if the Falcons were in the top 5, well, they would just go right on there for either one of those guys. But
wow, how about the interior of that house?
Yeah, wow. Alabaster, Alabama. Shout out to Alabama.
I thought that was Hawaii.
Wow.
That's what I
Just
picture
get
a Hawaiian
cultured,
house looks like.
His
Maybe they brought their Hawaiian culture to Alabama.
You think?
So right here, it's going to be Tua. It's going to be Tua.
Because they're showing him on the screen? That's why?
That's why.
That's exactly why, because they ruined suspense, the moment of surprise.
Look,
It's actually
Brian
pronounced,
Flores knows.
It's pronounced J-Ski. Yeah, Brian Flores looks he just
all business,
unenthusiastic,
bro.
Yeah.
All business.
All business. I love that guy.
How cool is it for their kids to be there with them? Like, I know,
cool.
like, with all the virus stuff, time to get sentimental for a minute.
Yeah,
with all the virus stuff, like, how many kids get to sit on their dad's lap while he's making a top 5 pick in the NFL?
That's pretty cool.
I mean, they're going to look back at this years from now and just like, maybe that drives them to be like a NFL coach or a GM. I think it's really cool.
Chris Greer, you had his phone number, right?
He called me, actually.
Oh, yeah.
He
called you in that mock draft that we made, yeah. So, yeah, it's funny that you talked about the kids, because Matt Rule, the new head coach for the Panthers, was actually on ESPN's draft coverage earlier during a FaceTime call, and he said, like, yeah, it's so cool for his son and his daughter to be around him while they go make the pick. So
it's really cool.
Yeah, that is really cool.
A positive to look at, like, in these times.
It's the Dolphins. You mentioned that then they need to take a quarterback with 3 first-round picks. This is the first round to fix your offense. Like, after this day, your offense can be completely quarterback, and which we assume Tua. Are you picking Tua?
Yeah, it's Tua.
You can get an offensive lineman, and with the 18th pick, some people are talking about Mekhi Becton is falling. You've got Josh Jones from Houston, but then also at the 26th pick, you can get Clyde Edwards-Helaire. You can get a multitude of things.
Yeah, and really there at running back, like, you can't miss on any of those guys. Obviously, DeAndre Swift is my guy. I think is the best running back. But also got to give a shout out to Jonathan Taylor. I think he would fit that system in Miami well. I would love to see DeAndre Swift with the Chiefs. I think he would really fit in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you talk about Dolphins. You think that they go quarterback line and then a running back late. But I think they might combine some picks, maybe move up even further. You don't know. I mean, like the Patriots, like, if people adopted their method of, and same with Green Bay, they just constantly move their picks to where they're gaining more and more assets. And you have, 10 picks in the draft, three or four of those guys are going to pan out and be stars.
Here we go. Dude, you're on a roll.
Dude, I'm on a roll.
You're on a roll. This guy right here. Yeah, no, Tua Tagovailoa, which we love, that Hawaiian vibe down in South Beach.
Alabama. If anyone's drove through Alabama, it needs some spicing up to do.
Hi, Sarah.
Oh, Sarah,
My
we love
fiance
you.
lives in Alabama.
She knows the truth.
She knows. She really does. Tua Tagovailoa is now the quarterback of the Miami Dolphins. And then quarterback room joining Ryan Fitzpatrick.
I love it. I mean, I think Ryan Fitzpatrick is a good guy to be around. Not that Tua needs any leadership, learning, or anything. I think Tua is probably the best leader we've seen in a long time. The way he kind of just took over like the national championship game as a freshman, you can just tell that team was, rallying behind him. And, you look back, if Tua doesn't get hurt, he might be in the orange and black right now with Cincinnati. So, Miami, they didn't have to move up. They got to keep all their picks and they get their guy.
It's crazy.
I love it.
I love it too. What they're doing with that whole regime that Chris Greer did with all those trades and everything. But I was going to mention also that we cannot forget about Josh Rosen in quarterback room as well, which
we can forget.
We can forget. We can expect him to be
Josh,
third string.
If you're listening, because he's probably listening.
He's probably watching right now.
He's probably listening. Pack your bags, bro. Go somewhere else. Go to Washington. You might be able to compete with Kyle Allen.
This is Kyle Facepalm Allen. So Jayski actually said, enjoy Hayden. Looks like Thor Hurst. I hated that trade. I loved the Ginger Thor. I know that in the 2018 he's a Ravens fan actually, so that's why he knows. In the 2018 draft class, I didn't think he was the best tight end. I thought the best tight end in the 2018 draft class. Say it.
Mike Gesicki.
Mike Gesicki, who's going to be catching bombs from Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, you're looking at Tua's all of his tape. He has the best long ball I think we've seen in a long time. I mean, he does have Jerry Jeudy and all these burners to throw to, so they're usually wide open, but it's not like he's not hitting him in stride. He's putting that thing right in the basket every time. So it'll be fun to see him. Hopefully they can get a receiver, someone else to stretch the field there.
I mean, you've got Devontae Parker.
Right. Devontae, he had a really good year.
Yeah. And oh, man.
What's he flashing? Is that Elmo?
Look at that. I don't know. Is it Elmo? Fact check that, Mahoney. But so, yeah, you've got Mike Gesicki at tight end, which I'm big on, but forget him. Devontae Parker at wide receiver. You got Preston Williams, who came out of nowhere at wide receiver. You get yourself a running back to pair him up with Jordan Howard. Get yourself an offensive line.
Yep. That offense is looking good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think, gosh, I love it. I love Tua. He reminds me of Russell Wilson so much. He's a left-handed great. Russell Wilson. I mean, you just look at like where he is at spiritually. You look at him where he's physically gifted. He can run. He can throw. The accuracy's there. The leadership is there. To me, like that Russell Wilson comparison is spot on. Like,
yeah, I love it too. And another guy that's getting compared to Russell Wilson was in last year's draft, Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
He's got a little thickness to him as opposed to Kyler.
Yeah, Kyler. For me, with Kyler, I don't know. Like, I don't really see him being a vocal guy.
And that's actually what the Dolphins have talked about is I know with Justin Herbert, there's a lot of concerns about his leadership skills.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's like he looks like he's a young kid, so people don't take him seriously. But they talked about that they wanted someone like Ryan Fitzpatrick. They loved that Fitzpatrick could come in and just be a leader in that locker room. And I think that Tua Tagovailoa can be that guy, the next quarterback of the Miami Dolphins. But now that Tua's taken, and another team on the clock right now, the LA Chargers, with their fly uniforms.
Looks best uniforms in the league, arguably.
I love them. I
loved them before.
They were nasty before. I'm going to be wrong for saying that I like the before versions compared to now. But I mean, it's whatever.
Yeah, they still look good.
Yeah,
I love the powder blue ones. Those are nice.
Gosh. I love the all navy. The only thing I really don't like is the lightning bolts on the shoulders. They could add a little bit. Like, I love the white around, like just an outline, to like make it stand out. But hey, it's okay. But with one quarterback being taken, another quarterback that we could talk about now is Justin Herbert. But Jordan Love is moving up a lot of draft boards.
Yeah, it seems like he's moving up and down every day. Like no one knows where he's going. I still think Patriots are all over that. I honestly think the Packers could get involved there with Jordan Love. I would love for the Chargers just to spice it up. Take Isaiah Simmons. Could you imagine him with Derwin James on that defense?
That'd be nasty.
Oh my gosh, I would love that.
Gosh,
but you got to go quarterback. If you don't, then you sign Jameis or Cam.
And as the Chargers pick is in, and
look at that beautiful guy.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers.
And I've been hating on him.
Brady Quinn waited as well. There's a lot of people that waited.
He probably should have waited a little longer.
Johnny Manziel waited. I remember that. Oh, Geno Smith. Can you believe that EJ Manuel was taken before Geno Smith?
Isn't EJ with the Chargers? Or no, that's what's his face?
Tyrod Taylor.
Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah, both played for the Bills.
Money Manziel.
You know what's funny? And they're talking about the quarterbacks that waited. Johnny Manziel, Brady Quinn, and Brandon Weeden that we mentioned earlier, all taken with the number 22 pick from the Cleveland Browns.
We're looking at 22 on this list, and it's the Vikings. So I don't think we have to worry about that because unless they move up, then someone could take. Yeah, someone could take. I think if anything, the Vikings move up and get a receiver,
possibly
right there behind the Eagles. The Vikings probably wishing they didn't. They've lost one more game.
Yeah,
now they're gonna have to be the ones to make the move. But okay, so we got Chargers on the clock. You think it's Herbert?
I think it's Herbert. I think it's going to be Herbert. You've got their pick is in, so technically the Panthers are on the clock just to, make sure that they get their pick in while they're to announce the pick.
That guy has more money than LeBron.
Does he?
I have no.
That's
Matt. Fact
net
checks.
Worth. All right, so
I wouldn't be surprised, but let's see what the Chargers are doing.
Here we go. NFL draft. Justin Herbert. Boom. Justin Herbert. The man.
So
the myth, the legend.
Do you think the Chargers settle?
The Chargers or the Dolphins or whoever to make that selection or to trade up ahead of the Dolphins so that maybe the draft Tua? We won't know for sure. We will never know. And I don't think the Chargers will ever admit, unless Justin Herbert is a bust, I don't think they'll ever admit that Justin Herbert is not the guy that they wanted. What do you feel?
I'm thinking that's who their guy was. I think they would have made the move up if they wanted to, or maybe they did want to move up. Maybe they just didn't want to pay the price for moving up. If you're moving up in the top 5, you're paying a price. You're paying a pretty penny. So
I agree, and that's just the value of a top 5 pick, even if you're sitting at number 5 or number 6. Or number 7 is it's ridiculous at that point. But Justin Herbert is going to be the next future quarterback of the LA Chargers. We talked about this on our NFL mock draft about how people are saying like, well, Tyrod Taylor should be the starter and Justin Herbert should sit and learn. No, Colin, no, there's no such thing. We proved that 71% of quarterbacks that were taken in the first round from 2006 to 2017 drafted in the first round, and they started at least 12 games their rookie season, they went on to have a successful second season.
It's interesting.
So it's 71%, 29%. Like, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're either good or not good. Just think of it like you're at a job, all right? You can learn all the knowledge in the world by sitting and, training and everything, but you're not really going to learn anything unless you go out there and you do the job yourself. And that's exactly what it's like to be an NFL quarterback. So I don't like it when analysts say that quarterbacks have to sit and learn like they're treating them like they're little kids. And no, go out there, go fail, get better.
It's so funny you say that because I agree with you. I 100% agree. But then you look like what the Packers did with Aaron Rodgers, sitting behind Brett Favre for a couple of years. And once Brett was gone, Packers kind of forced Brett out, because they knew what they had in Aaron Rodgers, and they're like, we can't wait. This guy's going to leave us. So it's very interesting point that you made there.
Yeah, and I agree. And the reason I looked at it, because I did the research myself, the reason I looked at 2006 or 2017 is because people bring up that the example of Aaron Rodgers sitting there for 3 years.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, well, let's look beyond Aaron Rodgers. Let's look at the other quarterbacks. But Herbert's family is celebrating as the Panthers pick is currently in, meaning that the Cardinals are now going to be on the clock, which will get their selection. I assume it's going to be either Isaiah Simmons or Derek Brown.
Yeah, it'll 100% be one of those two. Who do you got?
You can't pass on Isaiah Simmons, man.
I agree. Especially, he played at Clemson.
Yeah.
So he's kind of hometown-ish, pretty close.
Yeah.
He's familiar with that area. So you don't pass up on Isaiah Simmons here. It'll be interesting to see, like, with Matt Rule there. I feel like at Baylor, Baylor's never had a good defense. And, of course, Matt Rule hasn't been there forever.
Right.
He hasn't. So maybe it's just like a Baylor curse where they don't have good defenses. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do in the NFL with the defense. I mean, either way, you're getting a bona fide star in Derek Brown or Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah.
I think their need is more of Derek Brown, but again, it's like, should I pass on Isaiah Simmons? Like, if I'm a GM, I'm kicking myself if I pass on Isaiah Simmons.
I agree. I think Isaiah Simmons should be the pick here, and it should be the right pick if they were to select him, and he's going to be a star for the future. But you talk about Matt Rule and his resume, what he did with Temple, what he did with Baylor.
Impressive.
Just turn those franchises around, and I feel like Carolina Panthers, that's why they hired him.
Yeah.
Joe Brady as an offensive coordinator as well, but they want to fix on that defensive side of the football, and the first round is the best time to do it.
Right.
With Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah, and you're losing Luke Kuechly, who's arguably one of the best linebackers of all time. And you have a need for corner. I think their top corner, is it Bradbury, I think?
I don't know if he's still with the team.
I'm saying I think he left. So you have Isaiah Simmons who can fill a linebacker position. He can play corner. He can play safety. So you got a guy you can use all over the field. So, I mean, you can fill multiple positions almost in a way, playing them in different defenses. So,
yeah, Bradbury's actually with the New York Giants now.
Giants, yeah, that's what I thought.
So you don't really got much going on for the Panthers. I know that they got in the secondary they have Trey Boston, but I mean, Isaiah Simmons, like he's so versatile. He said that. When you draft me, you're drafting 3 positions. You're drafting linebacker, you're drafting an edge, you're drafting a safety. He's a guy that can go into coverage. He's a guy that can rush the quarterback. He's a guy that can be that Mike, can be that Luke Kuechly kind of player that can get 150 tackles every season. So Isaiah Simmons, we want you to get picked.
I want him to get picked here. I think Brown.
Think so?
I think they go Derek Brown.
I want to be mad.
I thought Derek Brown could be the best player in this draft. Which is high remarks considering Chase Young is in this class, Isaiah Simmons is in this class, Jeff Okuda's in this class.
Yeah,
I really do. I think my Packer fans will know BJ Raji. That's who
throwback.
And you can when BJ Raji retired after the Super Bowl. That's kind of when the Packers defense kind of fell apart.
Yeah.
And Derek Brown reminds me so much of BJ Raji. He's kind of the thicker guy, but quick as heck.
Yeah.
So fast off the ball, so dominant. I've seen Derek Brown, completely, disrupt the whole game and, basically win games for Auburn by himself. Like he's that player. He's Aaron Donald-esque. But those are high remarks.
Those are big shoes to fill.
Derek Brown, I love him. I wish the Falcons or Packers had a pick here.
What's funny is Matt Rule, the interview that I saw when he was talking about his kids that we talked about earlier, that FaceTime call is an hour before the draft started. All right? He was wearing a hoodie. And now he's all decked out in a suit.
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense.
I mean, I know for guys it doesn't take much time to get ready, but man, to look that good. I mean,
ask me how long it took me to get ready.
How long did it take you to get ready?
Guess.
5 minutes.
6.
That's right, because you had to put the Falcon shirt on underneath. All right, Panthers.
I'm saying Derek Brown. You got Isaiah Simmons.
Derek, this guy. You hear this? You see this? What is going on right now?
You can follow me at Time2Football.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. Look at him, man. That guy right there. He's gonna be in the Pro Bowl this year.
I like that they're kind of not social distancing, but he's got a mask on.
I used to have one guy in a mask.
Yeah, that's okay. Let's go, Georgia.
Baby
Gwinnett County,
Barrick,
bro.
Or is that Barack?
Baby Barack.
Barack. Dude, it's a political aspiration. I said Barrick.
It's okay. Hey, Gwinnett County produces the best talent.
Yeah, he's actually right down the road here from us. We're in Beaufort, Georgia. He's in Beaufort, Georgia. So we actually sent someone to spy in the bushes on his house. That's how we knew.
Just like Blake Griffin.
Yes.
So we just got some inside news from Matt Mahoney regarding the earnings with LeBron.
Yeah.
And with Roger Goodell. Goodell, $150 million in 2018. This is 2018.
1 year?
Yep. Mm-hmm. And LeBron James, $235 million on salary alone, dude. Salary
alone. That's over years, though. LeBron's on like a 8-year contract or something like that.
But today he has earned over $1 billion when you include endorsements.
$1 billion.
Wow. That's nuts.
I mean, that is for the greatest athlete we'll probably ever see in our lifetime.
I don't know. I live to see Mike Gesicki of the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, and Derek Brown, the Buford prodigy.
Yeah, a lot of
Look at that. Like, that man should not be able to do any of this stuff you're looking at on this TV. Oh, let me just stand up, 350 pounds.
Dude, that was just like a one-arm stop of.
He's so powerful, so strong. Look at that.
It's nuts.
Look at that. Come here, Joe.
Gosh.
Come here, Joe.
Yeah, he's a talented. He's breed and.
I love seeing a dominant defensive tackle that can move to the edge, like J.J. Watt, Aaron Donald. They can move on the edge. They can play inside. They can stop the run, and they're going to get after the quarterback. And you love that, especially at defensive tackle. It's very rare for a team to have a defensive tackle that can get after the pass.
Yeah, what's funny is actually Leonard Williams, we were talking about him earlier for the New York Giants. He's another guy that's kind of versatile. He can play defensive tackle or defensive end, probably not at the level of J.J. Watt. But he actually filed a grievance because he was getting paid like he was a defensive tackle, not like he's a defensive end. Mm-hmm. So he's trying to make an extra $2 million to be classified as a defensive end.
That's it,
dude.
Genius.
It is genius. He's making like $16 million. He wants to make like 18, but people are like, "Well, that's just $2 million. Just $2 million? No, I'd do that."
Look at Gus Malzahn has a Gus Malzahn picture of himself blown up on the wall.
That'd be great. Let's put my face right over here. Yeah.
All right. So to the Cardinals, it looks like their pick is in. Who do you got there, Hassan?
Isaiah Simmons is still on the fucking board, dude. But you cannot pass up on Tristan Wirfs. You can't.
I was thinking Tristan, and I was thinking Isaiah. I don't think that they thought Isaiah would fall to them. So I think they take Simmons here. I think they go Simmons.
Do you think we could see a reunion with Kyler Murray and CeeDee Lamb?
Man, I would love to see it. I would love it. I mean, you have Larry Fitzgerald, who I think is going to be his last year this year, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So you have CeeDee Lamb who can hop right in there, learn from one of the greatest receivers of all time. You have DeAndre Hopkins there.
That's nuts.
Like that. Imagine covering that. That's just not fun, but here we go.
All right. Isaiah Simmons it is.
Yep. And we're on a roll here.
Oh, my gosh, dude. I'm more shocked that there haven't.
Oh, yeah, I'm baffled. I really – look at that house, though. What does Isaiah's family do? I need to call his dad. I need that job. But okay, I'm looking here. Player out of Kansas. How many players come out of Kansas? I mean, he's a 3-star guy. Not many went into Clemson and just dominated.
Yeah, it's nuts. And maybe it was just the program that they've got over there in Clemson.
Oh yeah,
They're known for having a good coaching staff in Dabo Swinney, but I mean, he's a fast guy, running the 4.4s.
Yeah,
in the combine,
especially for that like linebacker hybrid position, that linebacker safety, that star position that kind of can guard tight end, can guard halfback. There's not many guys that can do that. That can be physical enough with the tight end, but then like have the speed to run with the running back out of the field, and honestly, he can run with the receivers. So
it's nuts.
The Cardinals are probably the luckiest team so far in this draft. To get him at 8 it blows.
That just blows my mind too. Well, it's crazy too. Is in our mock draft, because we were just going back and forth. I guess we should have thought about it, in a better way. But like the Jaguars chose Isaiah Simmons at number 9. I think Mel Kiper's last mock draft, the Jaguars had Jeff Okudah being taken at number 9, which is okay. We'll just ignore that. But Isaiah Simmons, a very fast guy, runs a 40-yard dash and in the 4.4s. For you guys that are watching right now, chat with us. Let us know what your 40-yard dash time is. And if you don't know, guess. Could you beat Isaiah Simmons 4.43, I believe it is?
I think you beat that, didn't you?
I did.
You had what, a 4.4 even flat?
Yeah. I'll say that 4.4.
I'm thinking here at 9 with the Jaguars on the clock, I think we might see first trade here.
Trade back?
Yeah, I think they might trade back.
A lot of people were talking about them also as I got to adjust that real quick. But a lot of people were talking about them drafting a wide receiver and someone like Jerry Jeudy.
Be interesting. I feel like they have a need for receiver. They just let Marquise Lee go. I mean, I feel like you just have so many needs on the defensive side. I think they need to go corner. I think they need to go defensive line. Javon Kinlaw is up there still.
Yeah.
Maybe even CJ Henderson, fill that AJ Bouye. Bouye. Have CJ Henderson go in there and let up a few touchdowns. Just as long as he's taken for the Falcons, I don't care who takes them.
Wow. I want the Falcons to I wouldn't be surprised with CJ Henderson, but they have been talking about moving up. Could this be the team that they trade in with? But
Jaguars pick is in. So
is in.
Let's say they stay here. Who do you think?
I'm gonna say this is tough, man. Javon Kinlaw. I'm gonna say Javon Kinlaw.
Did you see the Twitter beef going on between the defensive end? What's his name? The guy that's contracted
Yannick Ngakoue and Tony Khan. Yeah.
Yes. How interesting was that?
Very interesting.
You think after seeing that, there's no way that he's coming back?
Not at all.
Not at all.
It's
0%.
It's nuts. I've actually talked to Dante Fowler before when he was with the Jaguars, and asked him his thoughts about Yannick Ngakoue because they had beef. They got in a fight, actually. And he was just like, yeah, he's such a good guy, man. He's so awesome. He's so amazing. And I was like, okay, yeah, man, I'll take your word for it. And then I see that, and I'm like, yeah, you're probably still a good guy, but like,
I mean, you got to say that, though, for like PR purposes. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's true. But like, and we all have flaws, obviously. I mean, that's something like out in the public, I wouldn't really do. But I mean, I guess he was just fed up at that point. But, we'll definitely have to see. But I think it's Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think it's Kinlaw. I wouldn't be surprised if Jeudy goes or CJ Henderson. I think it's one of those 3 guys.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think they got to go Kinlaw. They've lost a lot on that defensive line. They've lost a lot just on that whole defensive side. Like they need more than one defensive guy here. So.
I'm gonna need you to entertain the fans real quick. I'm gonna be so disrespectful right now and adjust the. It says it's on power saving mode. It's about to turn off right now, the TV. So this is super disrespectful, but whatever. Here goes.
Do we have any comments or questions over there?
Matt Mahoney said that he just ran a 4.5 to the fridge in 2020.
What did he grab out of the fridge is what we really need to know.
That's a good question.
I'm going to guess a tub of ice cream, Bluebell ice cream, cookies and cream. That has to be it. Cookies and cream. The pick is in, right? Jaguars pick is in. Let us know if y'all are still watching us, if y'all have put up with us this long. Let us know who y'all think is going to be picked. We can see it here in the comments.
Definitely talk with us, interact with us.
Ask questions, roast us if you disagree with us. Let us know your
definitely roast
thoughts.
us. Roast me, man. I've been off with my picks so far.
He said it, not me.
I admit it. I admit when I'm wrong.
That takes a real man to do that.
It really does. But we've got the Jaguars pick coming in here pretty soon. But led by the Khan family. It's a great last name, by the way. The Jacksonville Jaguars are. But Mahoney said it's not ice cream. He said fridge, not a freezer. So
they're attached.
Yeah, technically. But at the same time.
So he grabbed strawberries.
I mean, you could say the same thing about an apartment. You don't go into someone else's apartment. It's attached to your apartment.
That's too deep.
Dude.
That's too deep.
I'm philosophical here on Time to Football. It's wonderful. But the pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Pick has been in for about 10 minutes now.
Yeah, but the Cleveland Browns, which means that they've been on the clock for a hot minute. So Kinlaw as well. CJ Henderson.
Yep. That was my backup there. So now you're looking at cornerback now.
That guy looks so invested in it. But
look at cornerback. Who's the next best available? Is it Trayvon Diggs? Is it Jeff Gladney? Is it AJ Terrell? Who's the next guy? Are they worth a first round pick?
What's funny is I actually had Trayvon Diggs going to the Jags at number 20. So I think Terrell was up there, and so is Diggs with first round talent. That you could take Gladney maybe, but CJ Henderson, who's been moving up recently in a lot of draft boards, is now a member of the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's crazy to think that Javon Kinlaw. I would assume that he was going to be the guy that was taken.
Yeah, you look at it. I mean, they've over the years, who have they all lost? They've lost.
Calais Campbell just got traded to the Ravens.
You don't think. How do you say it? Ngakwe.
Yes, he's not coming back.
If he comes back, my mind will be blown.
Yeah.
There's going to be so much tension there. The locker room presence is, if you have that one guy that's, just ruins the attitude of the team, it's just like.
And I get that they got Josh Allen as well that they drafted last year.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So, I mean, this is, not that bad of a pick, but, man, if your defensive line could have been – your front seven could have been nasty.
Yeah. I mean, I think you look at it, you're the Jaguars, you need defensive line, you need corner, and you look at the drop-off from CJ Henderson to the next best guy, there's a pretty big gap there. So you kind of measure – okay, I have Kinlaw here. And who's after Kinlaw? Third best guy. Let me pull it up here.
As far as defensive tackles,
you got the guy from TCU, Ross
Blacklock.
Blacklock, yeah. So maybe they think they can get, Ross maybe later on. Maybe Kinlaw falls. I think Kinlaw's pretty dominant. He single-handedly beat Georgia. But let's move on to the Browns here. So what's the worst franchise? Is it Detroit Lions or is it the Cleveland Browns?
I'm gonna go with the Cleveland Browns.
I thought that up until this past year. I think it's the Detroit Lions. I don't know what they're doing. Their management is awful.
I have no idea. But shout out to Fletcher Rawlinson for making an appearance right here. But I think that if the Falcons, as a Falcons fan, I'm rooting for them to get Javon Kinlaw now.
The Falcons.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I think you think about moving up.
You've got the next, you've got the New York Jets, Las Vegas Raiders, wide receiver. Okay, let them get a receiver. Let Javon Kinlaw fall to the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, I think right here we got Tristan Wirfs is my guess.
I can see that, or Wills.
Or Wills.
All right, Roger, lay it on us. Get him, Fletcher. There he is.
There's Jedrick.
Jedrick Wills is now an offensive tackle for the Cleveland Browns. We talked about this on the mock draft, how you signed Jack Conklin to be your right tackle. Now you got a left tackle in Jedrick Wills, or if they vice versa, if they want to flip them. That's going to be so good for Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, and it also puts a lot of pressure on Baker. You know, this past year, he was supposed to go off. You have Odell, you have Jarvis. And so you sign Austin Hooper, you get 2 tackles. If you have another down year, I think the Browns start thinking draft a bust in Baker Mayfield.
Man, because at that point you could have had Sam Darnold.
Which
I mean, I like Darnold personally.
I actually did too. If you remember, I think we did a mock draft podcast back then, and Sam Darnold was my second best quarterback there after Baker. So I'm still high on Baker. I still think he's a little immature.
Okay.
But with time comes age. So maybe he can, get his head on his shoulders and really, lead that team and hopefully get in the playoffs this year.
I hope so. This is a very solid and good pick for the Cleveland Browns. It's nothing flashy. You don't have to go out there and you have to draft a receiver or anything like that. I thought for a hot second, since the Browns have been talking about trading down to acquire more picks, that potentially the Philadelphia Eagles could trade up in their spot, get these teams that do need a receiver. Because now we got the New York Jets on the clock with only 5 minutes remaining until their pick is in. Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb?
Got to be one of those two. For me personally, I go Jerry Jeudy, probably the best route runner we've seen since Amari Cooper.
I could see them trading back into the first round and grabbing a receiver. I think right now, would you take Tristan Wirfs with him being the best tackle on the board right now?
No, I just don't think receivers like Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, I don't think they come around that often. For them to be 3 right here, I think 3 of them will go here in the next 5 or 6 picks. Yeah. So I think you got to take it while you're there.
It's crazy. Yeah. Well,
especially after losing Robbie Anderson, you don't really have another. Who do they have? Jamison Crowder.
Jamison Crowder is slot guy, but you don't have someone on the outside. Quincy Enunwa, which if he stays healthy, it could be decent. But I see what you're saying, though. I see what you're saying, that Sam Darnold does need some help, and he needs some weapons as well. They discovered that they have a tight end from the past season, or the last half of the season, Ryan Griffin. So I think that the Jets, this might be a good time for them to get a receiver. But then who's Wirfs going to go to at this point? Are we talking about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
You're looking at the Bucs.
Oh my gosh, dude!
And how fortunate
that would be
them.
So unfair. That's unfair, but that's okay. They're so good.
I feel like the Jets, I wouldn't not be surprised if they took Javon Kinlaw right here. I feel like they have drafted a defensive lineman for the past 8 years in the first round, and they just never re-signed them. They just let them go.
Yeah, let them go. We talk about Sheldon Richardson, talk about Muhammad Wilkerson.
Jordan Jenkins.
Yeah, and Leonard Williams.
So that's what I was going to say next. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, they have a hole to fill there. So I guess you think, okay, do I need a receiver? Do I need defensive lineman? Which one's going to help us win more games? Or do we keep tanking? The Jets are just a mess right now. They have so many holes.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to see. But I just can't. I'm looking at the board right now with the Raiders at number 12 as the Jets are approaching 2 minutes right here for the pick on the clock. 49ers, that could be, the biggest question mark, which like would assume that it could be with CJ Henderson taking a wide receiver at that point to replace Emmanuel Sanders. But then 14, man, Tristan Wirfs, if he falls to the Bucks, that would be huge.
That'd be big time. And it looks like they're going to end up with either him or Mekhi Becton.
Yeah, either one.
And Tom Brady's probably sitting there laughing, in his neighbor's house or someone else's house, just laughing like, I got one of these big dudes that can run a 40 faster than me, and they weigh 300 more pounds than I do.
Definitely became a typical Florida man since moving down to Tampa. So, and then 15, you've got Justin Jefferson. I feel like is going to go to the Broncos. They've been high on Justin Jefferson. They really like him. Has that Stephon Diggs-esque kind of play build around him. And then 16, my team, Javon Kinlaw. Let's go.
Man, Falcons are looking good right now. Like, I'm looking at the teams in front, and I don't see, maybe the Raiders take them. But
maybe.
The Raiders still need a receiver. 49ers, I see them taking, either receiver, offensive line. Broncos, I don't see taking them. Bucks, I feel like they have to go tackle.
They have to.
So, Falcons are going to get their guy at 16, it looks like, unless someone jumps ahead of them.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a lack of trades due to the virtual draft?
The virus and everything?
I haven't seen one of these coaches on the phone. I don't know if that's just the GM that runs that, but I haven't seen one of these coaches on the phone.
I feel like there's a lot more talks about being traded or making trades before the draft because they wanted to avoid this because there could be problems or technical issues or anything. So that's a good point. Before the draft, there's been lots of talks about trades. During, I'm not really hearing anything.
It's looking dry.
Yeah. And
if anyone has any cool rumors they'd like to start, please start them because my heart is just begging for a trade. I'm going on Twitter now to see what people are doing.
Just like we love the tea. We want to hear all of it. We want to hear the juicy information.
Feed us the tea.
Feed us the tea, as Sarah would say. Hi, Sarah. I see you guys commenting. Hi, Sarah. Look at Michael Irvin.
Has anyone chimed in over there?
As far as
like comments or like guesses on who they think's going?
Yeah, chime in, guys. Chime in with your predictions. Who are the Jets taking here? Who are the Raiders taking with the next pick? 49ers. Let's talk about the Falcons, baby. The best team in the NFL, in my mind, but not in anybody else's mind. That's okay. Not really in my mind either. Who are they taking? We've got S. Is there a first name to S? Hey. S. That's all it says is just S. What could it stand for?
Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
Here's an interesting stat. Adam Schefter. First time since 2015 that not a single team traded its draft slot in the top 10.
Wow.
It's pretty interesting.
That's nuts. The 2015 draft, that was with as being the number 1 and 2 picks. That's interesting.
Yeah, we both thought there'd be a lot of activity here. Maybe it'll do.
Here we go. Oh. Wow. Aren't I a genius? I'm just kidding.
Look, is that him right there? Oh, no. Wow. We see where he gets his build from. That guy can probably run a 4.8 flat 40.
Yeah, Mekhi Becton was killing it. This what I originally had was Mekhi Becton going to the Jets because I think this is going to happen. I think they're going to trade back up into the first round and they're going to draft a wide receiver. Oh, is S Sarah? Because Matt Mahoney said hi, Sarah, and S said, "Hey, Matt." Sarah, is that you? She's so sneaky.
So sneaky.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, look at Mekhi going hard in the paint.
Oh my gosh, dude!
Can you imagine guarding him in the paint?
Oh, he's getting an and one the whole time.
Matt would be fouled out there in the first quarter.
But can you shoot the free throws though?
Don't matter. Look at the big guy go.
One, woo!
Well, so
Oh
the
my
Jets,
gosh.
I just don't see it. I don't. Yes, they needed offensive line help, but who are they going to throw the ball to? I guess if you don't have time to drop back, there's no point.
Here's the thing: like both these positions are so deep that you've got an early-ish second-round pick. You've got the number 48 pick if you're the New York Jets. The receivers that could potentially be available, you've got Laviska Shenault still up there. You've got Jalen Reagor still up there.
Yeah.
Michael Pittman from USC.
Quintez Cephas from the Wisconsin. Or the University of Wisconsin.
The University of Wisconsin. But there's just a lot of talent. So if they don't trade up from that second round pick into the first round, I'm still calling it. I think that they are going to draft a receiver in the first round.
It'll be interesting to see if T. Higgins will go in the first round.
Yeah.
I think he might fall back early second, which we talked about it. Like any other year, T. Higgins is a first round pick.
I agree. A lot of talk has been on or a lot of doubt on T. Higgins that he's not a fast guy. I mean, he's tall as heck though, 6'4". But
it's funny. I was watching the 2005 NFL draft, and there's a guy similar, Mike Williams, who he could catch any contested ball, but the question was always his speed. And Mike Williams was probably one of the better players that came out of that draft. Mike Williams had a good, few years, probably with Tampa Bay, his better years there. But that's very comparable, Mike Williams and T. Higgins.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about Mike Williams from Tampa Bay, not Mike Williams from who's on LA right now.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
But I mean, that's kind of similar too.
Yeah.
Mike Williams, Mike Williams is a big guy that came from Clemson, catches the contested balls, but I feel like Mike Williams is fast too.
Mike Williams, yeah.
He just hasn't panned out.
I didn't expect this, but Mike Williams for the Chargers, he's like their deep threat. Like he'll catch 30 catches in a season, but 10 of them will be touchdowns.
Yeah.
And he averages something ridiculous, 17 yards a reception or something like that. As they're showing Las Vegas, the
Death Star.
Gosh, RIP, man. Look at that. That's so sad. That's a sad sight.
Who's going to those games? Do people live in Las Vegas? Other than homeless?
Wow. That was,
I'm sorry if you're watching.
Gosh. Oh my gosh,
that was
Mikey.
too far.
You are just a bad person. Just kidding. No. I have been to Vegas before, and it's everything that you see on TV and movies about it being like provocative and they're like up all night and everything like that. That's exactly true.
So are the players going to perform or are they going to party?
Maybe both. Maybe Mike Mayock is going to make a bomb pick right here with John Gruden and his family watching on.
Has to be Jerry Jeudy or CD Lamb.
I think they favor Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that's going to be the pick.
The pick is in, so we're just waiting for Roger Goodell to get on this screen. But I think you go Jeudy, best route runner. He's got hands. I don't think I've seen him drop many balls at Alabama.
Here we go. Ooh, still sounds weird to say. Las Vegas. Who?
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Henry Ruggs, bro.
Wow.
What do you think of that?
I think a lot of teams are looking at the Chiefs' offensive model that they've kind of formed, where it's all about speed.
Yeah.
Henry Ruggs is fast. He ran a 4.27 40.
That's nuts.
4.27. If I'm not mistaken, that's probably the fastest time, I think, in this combine.
It was.
I think players are really seeing the success that the Chiefs are having, and they're looking at that. They're like, we need to draft as many players, or, there aren't many players like that can just run by everyone. So, the Chiefs went, McCole Hardman, they had Tyreek Hill. You see how that worked out. McCole Hardman was scoring 75-yard touchdowns in like every game. So I think that's kind of Oakland's mindset is to have Henry Ruggs, catch those deep balls, just run by everyone, maybe hit them on a quick slant, just let them run with the ball.
It's interesting you say that about how teams emulate the Chiefs at this point. This Raiders offense, Mike Mayock has done a really good job, I feel like. Quarterback, I mean, it's debatable depending on what your thoughts are on Derek Carr and Marcus Mariota. But you got your receiver now, which do you think he's a number one receiver?
No, I don't. I think for me, Judy, just because his elite route running,
that's what I was going to say.
He can create so much separation off that alone, and he's still fast. Like he's faster, but I don't think there's a huge drop off between like Judy's speed and Henry Ruggs. Judy's a bigger receiver, cleaner. His footwork is just the best I've seen. I've mentioned it so many times. I would have gone Judy.
I would have personally gone with Jerry Judy as well. But, they decided to go with his teammate and Henry Ruggs, which every 4 receptions that he's made is a touchdown. That's ridiculous.
And the fact that, Ruggs and Judy played for the same team.
That's nuts.
In Alabama. That's just unfair. And, some people can question too, whether okay, well, I could have thrown to those receivers like Joe, was thrown to Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, you got Waddle, you have Ruggs, you have Judy, they're wide open every single play.
Exactly.
Every single play. So maybe Ruggs will be open every single play in the NFL.
Who knows?
Probably not, but
and I thought really the Raiders wanted to get a number one receiver because Tyrell Williams, here, but ultimately it seems better for Tyrell Williams to be that number 2 guy. Not saying that he can't produce as a number 1 guy, but it just didn't fit well with the Raiders. But I mean, if you add in Henry Ruggs, who knows? Maybe that he has another guy on the other side that he can bounce off of. And he can produce for the Oakland Raiders, who have Josh Jacobs as well. Running back. So that's a good offense.
Starting the Alabama pipeline to Las Vegas. I like the pick, though. Like, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a gamble because I think Henry Ruggs is a sure number 1 receiver. For me, I look at Ruggs as almost a slot guy. But, I mean, if he's in Oakland, I feel like he has to play on the outside.
I feel like that, too. I don't think they would want to use him in the slot. I think they're just going to beat the corner and just go deep, and Derek Carr's just going to bomb it.
Yeah, but see, like a lot of teams play their fastest guy in the slot. Whether he's huge or like Tyreek Hill, 5'8", whatever it is. There's so much open field in the slot position. If like running that slant, you can turn a 5-yard slant into a 70-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
We see it with the Chiefs.
We see it, yeah.
So I like the pick here. I personally would have went Judy, but I like it here with Ruggs.
So now if you're the San Francisco 49ers with 3 minutes left on this clock, you've got Henry Ruggs already taken, which was out of all the receivers that could be taken in that window, Henry Ruggs would have been the favorite for the 49ers. At this point, if you want to replace Emmanuel Sanders and you want to go receiver, like what do you?
Well, they take the receiver from Deebo Samuel from South Carolina last year. He's playing on one side. So I think Henry Ruggs would have fit better there for the 49ers, but I still think like you see Judy on the board, you see CeeDee Lamb, your eyes are glowing, and you're just like, I cannot pass up on either one of these guys. I'm so high on both of them. Like,
and what's crazy too is that the 49ers also hold the 31st pick. They got this number 13 pick from the Indianapolis Colts for Jordan White, DeForest Buckner. Another wide receiver that could be taken in at number 31 is Brandon Ayuk. Is a guy that could do it all. He's really good on the return game. He's good as a runner, good as a receiver, and some people have said that he can fit into the 49ers offense.
Yeah, he's a guy I really like. A lot of people don't really, I don't think a lot of people really have watched him. I watched a couple of Arizona State games last year, and you could just see how dominant he was. Like, you could tell he was different than everyone else. So
yeah.
Pick is in.
49ers trade pick to Buccaneer.
No.
Wait, do the Bucs have two picks back to back?
No, there's no way.
Dude, this is unfair.
Okay, so the 49ers were probably going to go offensive line or receiver, I'd imagine.
I'd assume so.
And that's what I'm thinking of the Buccaneers. I mean, they need a tackle. They need a defensive lineman. They do not need a receiver, but maybe they're like, Jerry Judy's still available.
That's nuts.
Should we pick this guy while he's here?
It's so according to Adam Schefter, who was just on screen, San Francisco is getting 14 and 117. So that seems like a fourth round pick at that point, and giving 13 in its last seventh round pick. So
Maybe
pick that they gave away for trading away Rob Gronkowski. So they just got a seventh round pick back. So
yeah, come full circle.
I mean, there's
So well, I'm thinking calling the 49ers and trying to draft a tackle.
Interesting.
And so I think the Buccaneers felt pressured, especially with Becton gone, Andrew Thomas, Jedrick Wills gone. Tristan Wirfs is that next guy that's probably in that top tier of offensive tackles. So I feel like, they didn't want a chance of losing Tristan Wirfs. So I feel like they have to go Tristan here.
That's without a doubt. With Mekhi Becton now being drafted by the New York Jets, that we saw Tristan Wirfs, which we assumed was going to be the. You don't have to hide it. You don't have to hide it.
Yeah, I'm hiding the noise.
No, I can't zoom in.
Big K, Vanilla Coke.
That's all I could afford is Big K. All right. So Vanilla Coke is the best though. So yeah, I'd assume. But what other teams are talking to the 49ers, would you assume, for the offense?
Let's go down this list of teams that need offensive tackles. I mean, the Saints need – I don't know if they need a left tackle, but they definitely need line help. You look at the Ravens, possibly, the Titans, the Packers, the Falcons, any of those teams. But I don't – if I had to pick a team to move up into that spot to draft O-line, I would – the Redskins also could, with Trent Williams being gone.
Oh, yeah.
That could be another team that was trying to move up and, solidify that.
Yep.
So I think like the Redskins or Ravens.
Yep. I think that's a good point at that, or a good point that you made right there with the Redskins or the Ravens. I think the Ravens would want to get more defense, but
can I ask you your thoughts? So, we all know Bruce Arians is a good offensive-minded coach, but their offensive coordinator is Byron Leftwich.
Yes. The house that Tom Brady wanted to go to, but ended up going to someone else's house.
Why is no one else talking about Byron Leftwich?
Is it
because you're so confident Tom Brady is? I feel like he's going to be making all the decisions on his own, kind of like Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, kind of just take over. You basically pick what play is being ran, or you change it at the line every single time. But Byron Leftwich, I got some question marks there.
Interesting. We'll talk more about him after this selection that they make right here. There he is.
Yep. So they feel like they needed offensive line to protect Tom.
Yeah.
Especially with all those weapons. I mean, he's not going to need long to throw to Mike Evans, OJ Howard, Gronk.
Nope. That's a great pick right there.
Chris Godwin.
You've got to take advantage of that. Hey, raised by a single mother, Sarah. Hi, Sarah. So, it's just interesting that he just fell that far.
Yeah, people thought he was the best offensive tackle in this class.
I thought so.
And he was the last one of those top four that, we're kind of in that first offensive tackle taken category.
So on your board with offensive tackles, it was Andrew Thomas, Tristan Wirfs, then Wills.
Yeah. And then Becton was 4.
For me, I had Wirfs, Wills, Thomas, and then Becton. So...
yeah, well, we had Becton fall pretty far on our boards, I thought, or maybe it was 14. He dropped the 18 on our board there to the Dolphins.
Yeah, he did.
So
he did on our original mock draft that we posted a couple weeks ago. But let's see if that happens again. Dude, this guy's a big guy.
He's big and he's fast. You saw he had the fastest 40 time out of all offensive linemen.
Faster than Joey Bosa. It's nuts. I always envied guys that could do this. Jump out of a pool.
That's freakish. He is not supposed to do that.
Nope.
No one's supposed to be doing that.
He's thick.
It reminds me, Wisconsin had a guy a couple years ago. He was a defense tackle, weighed 300 pounds. He could do a backflip.
Oh my gosh, dude. What the heck?
How does that make any sense? But anyway, who do we got coming up? We got San Fran.
We got San Fran.
So 49ers move back. One slot.
You think CD Lamb or Jerry Jeudy here?
You would think that, maybe Kinlaw. I think maybe Kinlaw. I look at that defensive line that they've built over there. It's so dominant, and they lose Buckner. And so maybe they think, maybe we can have Kinlaw come in there and not have any drop off.
Yeah, I think the weakest point for their defense, though, is their cornerback position.
Yeah.
I mean,
but then again, like you look at corners, and there's no one really there that's worth the 14th pick, in my opinion.
Probably not. Could they trade back again? Probably not going to happen. But I think that, dude, for the next two teams, San Francisco, if they don't choose a wide receiver, oh my gosh, think about how happy Denver is going to be that they have the option of either CD Lamb or Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, Denver was coming into this hoping that one of those three guys would fall to them, and they're going to have a choice. Or they might have a choice depending on what the 49ers do here.
Yeah.
If not, I think they'll be glad whether it's Jeudy or it's CD Lamb.
They'll be happy either way. But then after that, we got the Falcons, and then we'll get into the. Seems like it's going to be more defense going forward for the most part. With Dallas, we expect them to get an edge rusher. Raiders want to bolster their defense as well. Jaguars need to. Well, they got C.J. Henderson, so we'll see what'll happen there. But then the Eagles, another wide receiver needy team. Do you think that they called or they made any calls at all with any of these teams to try to trade up?
I think you do your due diligence at the least. I think if anyone's gone, it has to be the Vikings wanting to jump the Eagles here. But then we talk about the depth of the receivers in this class to where I don't know if you want to trade away assets when you can get one of these other guys that will be available. Like we talked about the guy from Arizona State, Brandon Ayuk.
Ayuk, yeah.
T. Higgins, Justin Jefferson, like one of those guys will be there. I would assume.
I'd assume so as well. I mean, it's so crazy how everything's like what everybody's falling to teams, and like we're saying that, man, these teams are getting steals. Where did it all go wrong? Well, I'm looking back and I'm saying to myself, like at number 8, Isaiah Simmons, the Cardinals, that was a steal, but like why? Was it because the Giants got Andrew Thomas at number 4?
Yeah.
Or we talk about Henry or Tristan Wirfs to the Bucks, and I think that's because the Jaguars went C.J. Henderson, and that kind of threw everything off.
Yeah.
So, that's what we love about the NFL draft. There's a lot of surprises there that could lead to other teams picking up a guy that they didn't expect to pick up. So, we'll definitely keep in touch as the 49ers time is slowly but surely running out.
Who else do the 49ers have at a receiver other than Deebo Samuel? Don't they have? I'm pretty sure they have one more guy that's pretty good.
They're thinking about trading Marquise Goodwin.
Oh yeah, Marquise he's so fast.
Yeah,
I love that guy. Hasn't really panned out as a.
Which, at that point, I know that Henry Ruggs might be a better talent, but if you're talking about speed, why would you want to draft Henry Ruggs when you got Marquise Goodwin? And I get that they're two different talent levels.
Yeah,
is different, but they could be utilized the same way. But they're pretty crowded over there. They drafted Jalen Hurd last year. They have Dante Pettis. They have Trent Taylor, who's unfortunately been injured, but hopefully going to be coming back here soon. Check out that interview that we had with Trent Taylor and Dante Pettis, by the way, on Time2Football's channel. So they have some receivers, but no one elite.
So if they don't go Judy, they don't go CeeDee Lamb, do they go Kimmel? I think that's what it comes down to. I think has to be one of those three guys.
I hope not.
Man,
Fingers crossed, man. Falcons.
get on your hands and knees, Hassan.
There he is, Kyle Shanahan, the man that
Like he's laughing. You know, he got an offensive weapon there. He's like, why did Jerry Jeudy fall to me at 14?
He's laughing because he's like, man, Hassan, that guy, he's probably mad at me for ruining the Falcons' chances of winning the Super Bowl, but that's okay.
You're probably watching us on that screen right there in front
Probably.
of
What's up, John? How you doing? John Lynch. But
who's that? CD?
That is
CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
Is this foreshadowing?
He's not on the phone. He's not on. I mean, he's
texting.
He's
he
texting.
has AirPods in.
Oh my gosh.
And then who's this? Is this Jerry Jeudy?
This is Jerry Jeudy. Oh my gosh. I love seeing people's houses. Like this has to be a basement. That pool table.
I think it's the master.
The master bedroom.
Close your eyes.
Fell asleep there for a sec. But yeah, we'll have to see. But I'm hoping that Javon Kinlaw is gonna fall to number 16. I don't know. That laugh was mischievous. It's devious.
100% going receiver. I've seen that Kyle Shanahan smile before, but not in Atlanta.
Oh my gosh.
He costed.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to bring it up.
It's okay. It's already been brought up. I know what you're going to say. I've been thinking about it too. Without him, we wouldn't have gotten where we wouldn't have gotten to the Super Bowl. So I can thank him for that. But
forgive him for his miserable
play calling. Yeah.
Second half play calling.
Running the ball 5 times in the second half. It's ridiculous. Let's see what's going to happen here. 49ers, baby. Oh my gosh, man.
Hassan, he was laughing at you.
Wow.
Do the Falcons take Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb? Do the Falcons take Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb?
Dude, if they take Jeudy, the Alabama receivers on the Falcons.
Be 3 of them. Okay, I have a scenario for you.
What's the scenario?
Okay, so let's say the Falcon fans are not going to like this. If you're a Falcons fan,
dude.
Close your ears. I don't like it. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm just creating scenarios that would never happen.
Go ahead.
They take Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb here, and then they trade Julio Jones or
my
Calvin
gosh,
Ridley.
Dude. Don't even
Would
say
that
that.
just be pointless?
Don't even speak that into existence. Oh, is that guy okay that fell? Hope he's okay.
Wow, so Kinlaw to the 49ers.
Oh my
They're
gosh,
not losing
dude.
much. That defensive line is going to be scary.
It's nasty.
You got Kinlaw, you got Bosa,
Got Armstead.
and
my
we're missing
gosh.
one more.
If anyone knows, please let us know who's on that 49ers defensive line. Man, but they've got dude, and they got like a good front 7 too with like the linebackers that they got. They got Fred Warner,
Solomon Thomas.
That's who.
Fred Warner.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, Fred Warner's pretty good too.
Kinlaw's going to fit in right there. You know, how are you going to guard those guys? Who are you going to double team? Bosa? Because he's going to run right by you or through
nuts,
you.
Man.
Hassan I can see it in his face and you guys can hear it in his voice. He is highly disappointed right now.
I'm just thinking, what do we do? What do the Falcons do? I'm saying we, like I'm on the team. I hate it when people do that. I'm not a part of the Falcons.
I mentioned it earlier. I think the Falcons trade back. I think they trade back.
Probably. I don't think that they're going to get another offensive tackle for sure. I think they have trust in Jake Matthews, and then they traded back into the first round to get Caleb McGarity last year.
You know what I would love for them to do at this point? I'd like them to take Kenneth Murray, Oklahoma linebacker. I think he would fit
Really?
in well. Right there next to Debo.
Yeah, but I was thinking corner, man. There's no any. I wouldn't take AJ Terrell.
People don't realize like how good Devondre Campbell was for the Falcons.
Yeah,
he was a guy that
he
was one of the best cover tight ends.
He was really good.
Or coverage linebackers, I should say. He was a very versatile guy. So I think Kenneth Murray can go in there and kind of do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick Queen as well, and Zach Vaughn.
I mean, we've seen the Falcons reach in the past.
Yeah.
So maybe they reach for a corner.
It's never turned
maybe
out good.
Trayvon Diggs, which he's still developing. He kind of got exposed this year, in my opinion. I'm not a Trayvon Diggs. I'm not really high on him. He has all the tools to be successful. I just don't know if he is. I could see them going Grant Delpit or Xavier McKinney.
Ooh, I can see that too. Because we already know Keanu Neal is only going to play like 3 games next year at this rate. Hopefully he doesn't. But
Keanu he's a Pro Bowl corner when he's healthy.
Yeah, I think we'll get to the Falcons a little bit later on as we approach their pick. But the pick is in for the Broncos, and you think this is going to be Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb?
At this point, flip a coin. Do you have a coin?
I don't have a coin. Do I? Heads.
It's Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, that was.
Has
heads.
to be Jerry Jeudy. Even though we've been saying that for the last 3 picks now.
Gosh. But then, I think the Cowboys at that point would take CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy, whoever falls to them.
Do you think with Michael Gallup and Amari Cooper?
I think so. I think Jerry Jones has mentioned before. Or there's been rumors out there that if one of these guys falls to them, they would go ahead and take them. So
the Cowboys are very unpredictable. They love to gamble, and I think Jerry Jones is the only owner in the league that can get away with what he does, like his draft style. But I just think that defense, if they don't go defense right here, that team's going to be hurting.
Yeah,
team's going to be hurting. I feel like they have so many holes, but outside of linebacker. Like you're looking at corner, you're looking at safety, you're looking at defensive line. Who's your best pass rusher
right now?
Yeah,
currently on the board, probably K'Lavon Chaisson. Is a little bit in mock drafts has been projected to go to the Cowboys, but man, with CeeDee, he's going to continue to fall. Then who's going to take him? The Miami Dolphins at 18, or are they going to go with a tackle, or they're going to go with a running back?
Could you imagine? I'm thinking the Dolphins. What if the Dolphins traded their, 2 first-round picks? It probably wouldn't cost them that to move up to where the Falcons are at and take Jeudy or CD. And right away, you can have that Jerry Jeudy and there goes Jeudy. So never mind. I was going to say you could pair Jeudy with Tua down in Miami, but I don't think Tua would complain throwing to CeeDee Lamb either.
No, he definitely wouldn't.
And if you're the Vikings or the Eagles, you're looking at this guy falling to around 20 here.
That's nuts.
Why not?
Because
not
at that
up?
point, people were okay. Well, maybe Justin Jefferson will be around for the Vikings, but why not CeeDee Lamb?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! And if you're the Eagles, you've got to make a trade. You've got to call the Falcons right now. You got to be like, listen, what can we give you?
Yeah, I think we see a trade here with the Falcons. If not, I would have no idea who they would take.
I have no idea.
Besides Kenneth Murray, Patrick Queen.
Sometimes
do they go DeAndre Swift? No, I mean they have Gurley.
Yeah, I want to say that they would do that. I don't know, man. If Gurley didn't get signed, yeah, I'd totally see them going DeAndre Swift. But
Cole Kmet.
Oh my gosh, no. I think they're fine with Hayden Hurst. I don't know. We'll definitely have to see. But
maybe they go Isaiah Wilson from Georgia, offensive tackle, played right tackle.
Yeah, Andrew Thomas's teammate. I'm just really interested in seeing where CeeDee Lamb is going to fall now. Listen, Eagles have to make some moves quick. They're in desperation mode because who are the best wide receivers available now? CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb, I think, is way better than Justin Jefferson. Probably not way better, but he's definitely the better talent. So I think the Cowboys are a team that could get a wide receiver. The Dolphins are also a team that could get a wide receiver. Could the Raiders go 2 for 2 with wide receiver? Henry Ruggs and then Justin Jefferson, for example.
I love it. I love it. I love that scenario.
That's amazing.
You want to give – I don't know if Derek Carr is the guy.
Okay.
I like Derek. I don't know if he's the guy to get it done. But if you're adding these weapons around, I mean, he's done it in the past with Amari Cooper. You give him Ruggs, you give him CeeDee Lamb or Jefferson, T. Higgins.
Yeah.
Like, that offense is going to improve, especially with Josh Jacobs. Like, not a lot of teams will, they're going to put a lot of teams in the box to stop Josh Jacobs. So if you have, 3 receivers there, Tyrell Williams, he's shown in San Diego when he was with the Chargers, he can really be that number 2 option. He's obviously not the number 1 guy, but he's a guy that can stretch the field.
It's funny. He's a good in between. He's like a 1.5. I feel like Tyler Dunn actually commented and said Jerry is doing the draft by himself. LOL, he told his scouts to not call him during the draft. So, Jerry Jones is all by himself. So,
oh no! Shout out to Tyler.
My gosh,
that's Emad's wife's brother. Thanks for tuning in.
Big Vikings fan, I hear.
No, Buccaneers.
I'm so sorry, dude. You got a good.
He was hoping Andrew Thomas was going to fall to the Bucks, but he went out 4. So, but they still got Tristan Wirfs, which I think is second best.
You got a great replacement.
Yeah.
For Andrew Thomas instead. Matt Mahoney, our insider, said, "Did Goodell change clothes?" I'm not sure, Matt. Can you confirm for us?
Matt would know.
I don't know. Yeah, he definitely would. But yes, we'll have to see once Roger comes back onto the screen. But Matt he can't confirm what Tyler said. But Falcons, baby. Don't let me down again.
It is so up in the air what they can do here. If the Falcons took CeeDee Lamb, would you be mad? Like, obviously, it's not a glaring need.
And no, I'm going to say yes. Dude, because we didn't need Calvin. We really didn't need Calvin. Obviously, it turned out for the best.
Who's the number 3, though? There isn't really a clear 3.
No, but with Sanu gone, yeah, for sure. But
can you imagine Julio, CD?
The NFC, all NFC South offenses, the Panthers are debatable, but all NFC South offenses are just killer. Like,
I would love to see CD here. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I'll do 50 push-ups if they take CD right here.
Oh my god,
that's got me so excited just thinking about it. Well, one guy we mentioned him to the Cowboys, but Clavon Chason,
yeah.
Maybe that's the option there. You need edge help.
You do.
Vic Beasley's gone, but it's not like he provided any help either. You got Ty McKinley, who hasn't. I think he has the ability to be a 10-sack guy, 10+ sack guy, but he just hasn't shown it. And he has had injuries in the past that have kind of slowed him down, but you got to get some help there on the defensive side of the ball, whether that's corner, pass rush, linebacker.
Yeah, there's just a lot. There's a few routes they can take. There's some holes to fill. Tyler actually commented, NFC South is about to look like the Pac-12. And then Matt also says, started with the suit, now he's in a sweater like he's headed to brunch. So we'll definitely – I think I did see him in a sweater, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, we're going to have to we'll see what he's wearing once he comes back on screen. But
what do the fans think about the Falcons pick here? It's kind of up in the air with Kinlaw gone. What do you guys think will happen? Do you guys think it'll be Clavon Chason from LSU? Do you guys think it'll be Kenneth Murray? What do you guys think? Would you guys be upset if CeeDee Lamb was picked here?
Dude, I would be so upset, but
I really wouldn't. I think that offense is just so dominant. You got Gurley coming in, you got CeeDee Lamb. Like, that would be so fun.
But yeah, I don't know, man.
And you look at so you have You have Thomas Dimitrov. You have
Okay.
Dan Quinn.
Okay.
Their jobs are on the line.
Yes.
Obviously, the defense stinks.
Right.
But is Clay Vaughn gonna be a solution to that defense? Like they're really not.
That's a good
if
point.
you can score more points than the other team,
that and this is why I would like the Eagles. Like, I get if you take CeeDee Lamb, pick his end. They might take CeeDee Lamb, but if you're the Eagles, you could trade back with the Eagles, go to 21, and then I think it would make much more sense to get someone like Kenneth Murray or Patrick Queen or whoever, or Chason if he's still on the board. But let's see what Dan Quinn, Arthur Blank, and Thomas Dimitrov have in store right now. Look at those.
Could
jerseys.
you imagine being on that call? Like, I feel like I'd just be laughing. Like, I'd start off laughing just knowing CeeDee Lamb is available. And I think you mentioned it. Say, what if we took CeeDee Lamb? Like, what would that look like?
I think they talked about it. But the pick is in for the Falcons. So let's see who they select.
Maybe they go corner. Maybe AJ Terrell.
Sweater and jeans. Yes, Matt, you're on top of it. Oh, let's go Falcons.
That did not just happen. Okay, so AJ Terrell. AJ Terrell. We talked about hometown kids, and AJ Terrell was a guy. I'm really involved, or I really do keep up with recruiting.
I need to drink my sorrows away.
High school recruiting, and AJ Terrell was a guy. He's from the Atlanta area, and I really wanted the Georgia Bulldogs to get him, and he chose Clemson pretty early, and he stuck through with that commitment. And people were really dogging AJ Terrell in that championship game, but I really thought he played well. I feel like all the catches he led up were contested catches. He's so fast. He's really quick receiver.
Yeah,
not receiver, corner.
I like him. I don't
love
not
the
16,
pick.
Not 16, but I like him.
I think you could have traded back and got him.
Yeah.
The problem you face there is AJ is probably the next best corner, in my opinion. So teams are always in need of corner, and we've seen it in past drafts where, like 5 or 6 corners are taken in that first round. So Falcons maybe thought, outside of AJ Terrell, we would have been stuck with Jeff Gladney, Trayvon Diggs maybe. And so I think they just trusted AJ Terrell more. A lot of upside.
Yeah, and CJ Henderson would have been the gold pick. Obviously, Jeff Okudah would have been amazing. But I think, at number 3, at cornerback, the third best cornerback, it's debatable. Like Terrell, or is it, who is it? But I'm okay with the pick. I feel like, yes, you could have called the Eagles, been like, bro,
what do you want?
Howie Roseman, listen, the CeeDee Lamb is still on the board. What do you think about trading your first, us going down to 21, you going up to 16, and trading your second so you could get CeeDee Lamb? That's a solution. That's a win-win for everyone.
I would have loved it. Especially the Falcons don't have a lot of picks this year, so that would have been a solution to, gain some more assets, fall back, maybe even get Terrell later.
Yeah.
But now we're on to Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
Picking from his yacht, probably.
King Panther said that they're super sad that the Panthers passed on Simmons.
Yep. If I'm looking into like a Carolina Panthers fan, most likely a Clemson fan, you've watched Isaiah Simmons the past couple of years, and you're like, this guy right here, not many guys are made like this. I can guard all these positions.
Yeah.
I understand the frustration there, but you do got a guy in Derek Brown that he's going to be a once in a lifetime decade defensive tackle. He's going to be up there with Aaron Donald, JJ Watt. So those guys don't come around often. So I think you got a really good player in Derek Brown.
I think, Derek Brown is pretty good as I wanted Isaiah Simmons I projected them to go to the Panthers, but all right. So good old Jerry World. What they got going on here? Who's going to Jerry World? Got Mike McCarthy as the new head coach. Such a Dallas hire. Just such a,
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about Mike McCarthy. I've loved him when he was in Green Bay, and I really think Aaron Rodgers kind of manipulated the decision to get Mike McCarthy out. I don't think Aaron really played up to his potential with Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
I love his offensive mind. I think he's really creative, but maybe that relationship just got stale and he just needed a new change. And I think like the year off he had is going to be a good for him going forward there with Dallas. But they're going to have high expectations with you. You got Dak Prescott. You re-sign Amari Cooper. Obviously, there's question marks on that defensive side, but Jerry Jones likes to gamble. Maybe he gambles with CeeDee Lamb.
I've been saying it. I think it could happen. Look at that smile. Look at Jerry Jones smiling. It's going to happen.
He has to be in his yacht, right?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. That's just you see like the windows for like the submarine, on the behind him.
I'm so glad he's still involved.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's
like I feel like the Cowboys could have won another Super Bowl the last 15 years. So I'm really glad that Jerry Jones is still there, just making a mess.
Well, I know when you're the owner, I mean, at that point, pretty much you can just do whatever you want. So, CeeDee Lamb still there, chilling with his AirPods in, and then we've got a unflattering close up of Mike McCarthy.
He looks real good.
And speaking of looks, we don't look that good either. I need a quarantine. I just need a haircut.
Yeah, they have our makeup artists here to clean us up, or a hairstylist.
Yeah. Maybe one of my roommates can hook us up with that. But what's going to happen tomorrow in Georgia? Everything's opening up. Yeah.
Except the Falcons offense, because they didn't take CeeDee Lamb.
Oh!
That was awful.
It's okay. I forgive you for that joke.
So it looks like CeeDee Lamb is going to the Cowboys.
Yep. They're having a good conversation.
So you got CeeDee Lamb, you got Michael Gallup, you got Amari Cooper. If we don't score every possession, we suck. That's probably what Jerry Jones is telling Mike McCarthy right there.
We still won't give Dak his money.
Yeah, why pay him? Just pay the receivers.
Yeah, I know. Plug in Cooper Rush in
Plug
there.
and play.
Let's see what's going to happen there.
We're at 17.
I don't know. Pick is in.
Man, CeeDee Lamb is available at 17. Let's see if he goes.
I say it's Lamb.
Yeah, it's got to be. Wow. That's a dangerous.
Phenomenal.
That's a dangerous receiving core right there.
It's pretty good.
I don't know how you got to play man on one of them at least. That'll be interesting to see.
So at that point, who do you put in the slot out of those receivers? Would it be CeeDee? Would it be Michael Gallup? I think it'd be Gallup. I think Gallup could play slot.
Yeah. I mean, out of the three, probably Gallup. Amari, he's quick enough. His route running is pretty unique to, put him there in the slot.
Yeah.
But wow, I bet CeeDee, he's probably a little bummed he fell to 17. But, I think all these prospects kind of look at Dallas and they're like, it's the American team right there. Like outside of Green Bay, America's real team is the Packers. But anyway, I won't go there.
I agree, by the way.
But CeeDee Lamb there in Dallas, that's going to be a fun offense to watch, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I want to root for him, but I can't.
It's because they're the Cowboys, obviously. But King Panther might be rooting for the Cowboys because they said that Lamb going to the Cowboys is pretty solid for them. Dad's a Cowboys fan and just wanted someone good. So
you got someone good who should have been a top 10 pick.
Yep, Dad's definitely going to be happy about that. And then Tyler Dunn actually said, did Goodell just say TD Lamb? Maybe that's a nickname for him with all the high-powered octane that they have on offense in Dallas. So
TD Lamb.
She's so freaking good.
Look at that.
So phenomenal.
He reminds me of DeAndre Hopkins.
I love that. And if he can be as good as DeAndre Hopkins on the sidelines, play him outside. Amari Cooper on the other side. Gallup in the slot. Got Zeke in the back.
And the offense is good. But, I mean, with that defense, you're probably letting up 24, 28 points a game.
Yeah. I mean,
Maybe.
yeah.
Maybe what they're hoping for, maybe they get, a late round guy that, or, one of those undrafted prospects that just come in and, puts on their hat and goes at it and, earns a starting role, gets some playing time. That's what they're really needing. I think that's what they're hoping for there.
Yeah. I think that it's going to be good for the Dallas Cowboys. This is interesting. Adam Schefter tweeted out, neither Miami nor the Chargers nor any team ever made an offer to move up to Detroit or New York's spots. So
you could have told us that before.
I mean, I think that the point that they were taking so long to make their picks, I don't know why, but the Dolphins and Chargers were content to stay where they were and pick. So
I would have loved for CD to fall one more to the Dolphins.
That would have been nasty.
Yeah, I don't think the Dolphins even imagined that being an option, getting one of those guys to, pair with Tua. But I mean, so you got the Dolphins here at 18. You got a quarterback. Do you go offensive tackle? Do you go running back?
I think with how deep the running back group is and how late they're being drafted, you can wait until the 20s to get a running back. Yeah. So for now, you got to get an offensive tackle. And at that point, the best on this board might be Josh Jones.
Yeah, and I'm looking here on Twitter, and a lot of Falcon fans are upset that they didn't trade down. Everyone's thoughts.
My gosh, yes.
But I mean, I like AJ Terrell. I think he has a high ceiling. I think.
Yeah,
he needs to add on a little more weight, get a little stronger. His speed is there. He can run with anyone. So.
I don't want to put him down because we obviously haven't seen him play yet in the NFL. So let's wait and see before we make a decision on, whether we're happy with that pick or not. But yeah, we'll definitely see. But yeah, I got them taking Josh Jones. I feel like from Houston. Who do you got the Dolphins taking?
The Dolphins taking here. I think they go DeAndre Swift. I really do.
Really?
I think they go Swift here. I think he's the best running back in the class. That's a homer pick.
Okay.
I love Jonathan Taylor too. J.K. Dobbins. All those dudes are legit. But I think you got to go DeAndre Swift here. I think you can kind of like the opposite of your thinking on this one. I think they can grab an offensive tackle later. But, okay, so your next tier of tackles is probably Ezra Cleveland, Isaiah Wilson, Austin Jackson, and Josh Jones. So do you think one of those guys falls to you at, 26?
I think so.
Yeah.
And that's a good point.
It's kind of – I think both scenarios could work out, whether they go running back right now or offensive tackle. I think their pick will be available later on either way, whether they go tackle first or running back first.
I can see that. But you could also look at the other side of it. Like, if they don't get DeAndre Swift, you still got J.K. Dobbins. You still got Jonathan Taylor. You still got a plethora of running backs that you could choose from.
A lot of people are sleeping on Cam Akers.
Cam Akers, yeah.
That guy is athletic. If coming out of high school, I thought he was going to be the next AP, and he kind of went to Florida State, and he had to attempt to run the ball there, and he was running behind junior college offensive linemen who were like 6'2", 280. So he was getting hit before he even touched the ball in the backfield, so that's why his numbers might not look that great. But Cam Akers is dynamic, and I think any team that gets him, someone's going to get him in the second, maybe third round. And guess who's taking him in fantasy? This guy.
Not me.
This guy.
Yeah, well, I haven't done any research on fantasy football yet at all.
Who do you think, just off the top of your head, who do you think in this draft class, this first round, is going to be most effective in fantasy?
Ooh.
Their rookie year, first year.
Right now?
Yeah. Is it a running back? Is it a receiver?
I'm going to say, can we choose quarterbacks?
You can do quarterback, yeah.
Good, because I'm not going to choose a quarterback. I don't know. I feel like Jerry Jeudy with the Broncos is going to do something with Drew Lock. I really feel now that they got the run game with Melvin Gordon,
Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton.
I could see it happening. And then Noah Fant's going to progress, obviously, and it's going to help out that offense as
It's
well.
a fast offense.
I don't think Henry Ruggs is going to be too inconsistent. And that's one thing I really hate in fantasy football is inconsistency. I hate drafting inconsistent players. I'm sorry. You can have Henry Ruggs.
My problem is I get so high on these rookies where I draft like 5 rookies and maybe one of them pans out. Like Devin Singletary last year.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look, Chris Greer's trying to call me. You see him?
I see that. Yeah, he has your number on speed dial. Do people use speed dial nowadays?
I
That's
do.
his thing. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Throwback because you were in a Favre jersey. Tyler Dunn also said Judy in Denver. So Tyler's the man. Freaking love
Tyler's
this guy.
active. I love it.
What are someone asked thoughts on the Buccaneers? Also, who are you wishing for the Packers? Buccaneers. Oh gosh, unbelievable offense. The fact that Tristan Wirfs went there is ridiculous.
You were hoping for one of those top 4 tackles, and you got Tristan Wirfs. I thought he was second best tackle after Thomas.
Yeah.
I love the pick. I know Tom Brady's happy with that. Tom Brady, he's never liked to get hit. I don't think any quarterback likes to get blindsided. So, all right, here with Miami. Let's see what we're doing here.
Oh, we've got a uh-oh. Sorry, I thought our insider traded something. Austin Jackson. There you go.
I was thinking Ezra Cleveland there, but Austin Jackson, he's playing at USC.
Yeah, I mean,
you were thinking they'd go offensive tackle there, so you kind of had a pick there of like that second tier.
Yeah.
And I thought Austin Jackson I would put him behind Ezra Cleveland and Isaiah Wilson. But hopefully, Austin Jackson will pan out. He'll have opportunities to block for Tua. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah. So, and then we'll talk about, we didn't forget about your question. We'll talk about the Packers in just a minute. But I want to ask you this, because our insider, Matt Mahoney, just reminded us that this pick that they had at number 18 was from the Mika Fitzpatrick trade with Pittsburgh. You think this is going to work out better for them, or is Minka Fitzpatrick the guy they should have kept?
They should have kept Minka for sure. You could tell from the time Minka stepped on the field at Alabama that guy was big time. He's kind of like that Isaiah Simmons. He can play everywhere. He can cover tight end, receiver, running back, plays everywhere. And you saw it with Pittsburgh. He ended up with like 5 or 6 interceptions, I think. It seemed like every game he was getting an interception with them.
Exactly.
And I think the Steelers are sitting back laughing. They're like, we got this for the 18th pick. This guy's a top 10 corner.
Oh, yeah.
So
for sure.
God.
Yeah. So who are you wishing for the Packers to draft at this point?
Packers? Whose question is this?
This is King Panther.
King Panther. For the Packers, their run defense was really bad last year. Really hurt them. So they lost Blake Martinez. They signed Kirksey from Cleveland.
Yeah.
You're still needing a inside linebacker there to pair next to him, especially because Kirksey can't stay healthy. He hasn't really played.
Blake Martinez went with the Browns, right?
I think it was the Giants.
Okay, he was with the Giants. Got it.
But I'm hoping Kenneth Murray falls to them, or Patrick Queen. I think those two are their top options. And I think their fallback plan is the defensive tackle from TCU, Ross Blacklock.
Yeah.
Like I said, ever since BJ Raji left, they haven't really had a defensive tackle to step in there and stop the run. So you got Preston Smith, you got Zadarius Smith, you got those edge rushers that can set the edge, get after the quarterback. You need some guys up the middle.
Yeah.
And I could also see them taking the tackle from defense tackle from A&M. It's one of those crazy names that I can't pronounce. Justin Matabuki?
I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
But I would love for them to take Raekwon Davis late, like third round.
Ooh, okay.
I would love for them to take Raekwon.
Yes.
But my first pick is Kenneth Murray if he's there. It is kind of a softer class for that inside linebacker position, but I think Patrick Queen and Kenneth Murray are, up there.
We'll definitely see. The pick is in for the Raiders. Matabuke.
Matabuke.
If anyone knows the correct
Defensive
pronunciation
tackle.
of that, comment down below. Man, Brian Flores is so chill. He's just chill. He's just doing his thing.
Straight business. Got his kids there.
His kids are probably bored.
What's he drinking?
I'm gonna say there's some of that special juice.
There it is. So,
Big K Vanilla Coke. That's what he's drinking.
when did the Patriots pick at 23? Jordan Love is still available. I just saw his name. That's why I had to say
it. You have to bring up controversy. You have to start. Dude, with Mariota there, I don't know.
Mariota's. Oh, that's Las Vegas, yeah.
Oh, are we talking about Raiders?
I was talking about the Patriots.
Oh, gotcha. Let's go. Goodell making the pick. You think they're going to be in Vegas next year since they weren't in Vegas this year?
Don't they have to be? I thought they might be playing like a game in Utah or something, like if it's not finished.
Wow.
But I'm looking at it there. It looks pretty complete to me.
Yeah.
That stadium is pretty sweet. That's up there with the Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
I think it's going to be the most beautiful stadium. 19th pick. Here we go.
Xavier McKinney, maybe? Okay, there's a name that neither of us have mentioned.
Wow. That's a name that I have not seen in a single first-round draft ever.
That's an interesting pick.
And man, that's the nature of Mike Mayock, though. Like last year at the number 4 pick, he drafted someone that was supposed to be projected to be drafted in the 20s in Cleveland Farrell, and then Damon Arnett, and then also last year I feel like Jonathan Abram, the safety that they got late, he wasn't projected to be a first rounder pick either, like a high end second rounder maybe, but Mike Mayock's mentality with that pick is like, okay, if we love a guy, we're going to take him. It doesn't matter, if people think we reach for him or not, we're taking him.
Yeah, and I think Mayock and Gruden kind of have that same mentality. They see a guy that they like, whether it's in one of those pre-draft interviews, they're going to get their guy. So, and it's funny, we talked in our mock draft, if you guys watched that, we talked about there's always a wrinkle where a guy no one's really looking at first round or heard of will get picked in the first round. And here's the first one here.
There he is.
And it's another Ohio State guy. And these recruits, these high school recruits are probably just looking at Ohio State. They're like, that'll get me to the league.
Mm-hmm.
That team,
exactly.
That program is built, and they've proven it the last 20 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even further back, I wouldn't know, but that's surprising. I didn't know corner was a glaring need for the Raiders. I had where are we? Sorry, I got to find them. Okay, yeah, I had actually corner as their second biggest need after receiver.
And I had corner as well at that number 19 pick, but I had Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah, and I think Trayvon Diggs, you look at his technique, it's not there yet. He has the physical tools to be there, but Trayvon Diggs is going to be a project. He initially went to Alabama as a receiver. Stephon Diggs' brother went there as a receiver, and not a lot of players can transform from wide receiver to corner, and he did it. And he'll probably get picked later in this first round, I think, just because corner is always a glaring need for teams. So that'll be interesting to see what happens there. And it looks like the Jaguars pick is in. Man, it feels like they've picked 5 times, doesn't it?
It does.
CJ
Henderson was definitely that the big one that they picked up. And we just got news from our insider, Matt Mahoney. August 22nd is the first event in Las Vegas's Allegiant Stadium.
Oh, wow.
Do you know what it is?
I do, but I forgot. It is.
You'll never guess this. You never get it right.
Taylor Swift.
Close. Garth Brooks.
I knew it was some concert. I was gonna say Tim McGraw or something.
Something like
Brooks.
That. Garth Brooks.
Yep.
Most underrated country. I don't listen to country music. I don't know.
Do you
Something
think
like
the Jaguars here go corner or not corner receiver? Justin Jefferson's still there.
Justin Jefferson is there. Also, Mahoney said that also scheduled P12, the Pac-12 championship, Las Vegas Bowl. So I think they would go receiver with Justin Jefferson. Man, if that happens, the Eagles will lose it, dude.
Yeah, the Eagles are playing with fire.
They are. And I think they've actually made some calls. Why did the Falcons not just trade with the Eagles? And guess what?
Well, I think we look at it now. We see Oakland. They take Arnett.
You think they would have taken?
You think they got word that the Raiders were looking at corner there, and so that's why they were like, we have to go AJ here, AJ Terrell.
If you put it that way, I'm okay with it. But I mean, even if they take Terrell, I mean, do you think the Falcons at 21 would have taken Arnett or like someone else or another corner?
Because apparently, they were.
I mean,
you have Isaiah Oliver, and then you have
Sheffield. You have Sheffield with them, but
neither one are proven. So I think you bring more competition into the cornerback room. And I love how we keep going back to the Falcons just because. Yeah,
because they're the greatest team of all time.
Right. But you bring more competition to that cornerback room, and you hope that one of those guys becomes your number one corner.
Yeah, and I think that that could happen. But even if they had to pass up on corner at 21 and draft someone like AJ Epinesa, I mean, I think that would have been amazing as well. As you can see that Mikey is being very disrespectful right now, and he's going for Oreos that we've got at our catering table. Yes, I would love an Oreo, actually. I would love an Oreo. I would love my my teeth to get oh my gosh. Yeah, give me the whole thing. Sure.
We're trying to put
this is probably good for the audio right here. Can you do that?
Oreo paid us because they knew that we would have the most viewers at this time.
Oh my god.
More viewers than the Michael Jordan documentary. And also if you eat Oreos like Hassan, probably not friends.
It's too much work, though. That's too much work. So,
do we have any feed over there?
We've got a question, actually. Who are some key first-round picks for the upcoming fantasy football season? Not David Johnson. Maybe David Johnson.
Are we talking about players drafted right here? Or are we talking about...
Let's do both. So who do you think is going to be taken in the first round, and who do you think out of here?
What was the question?
Who are the key first-round picks for the upcoming fantasy football season? So I think it's just in general.
Key first-round picks for fantasy? For me, you got to look at McCaffrey. You got to look at Saquon Barkley. You know those two players are getting touches.
Agreed.
Especially McCaffrey. I mean, he's probably had the most touches since Maurice Jones-Drew when he was in Jacksonville.
Yeah, probably.
He's getting the ball almost every single play. I would love to know his percentage of how often he was touching the ball.
Yeah, it's probably something ridiculous.
It has to be around 50%, if not.
Oh yeah,
if not higher.
Oh yeah, Michael Thomas.
Michael Thomas, yeah, for sure.
What's funny is I actually I haven't dwelled into fantasy football yet because I think I talked to you about this. I want to do research on every factor because you grab someone like Michael Thomas, say for instance in the first round, and yeah, they are good almost every game, but then they have that one game where they're not good. And then you look at that game, it's okay, why were they not good that year? I want to analyze all the key factors that went into that and just determine it. But we'll get more into fantasy football later after the Jaguars pick. There you go. Kayvon Chason.
I guess that means Ngakwe's not coming back. And I think we all knew that was coming.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised they haven't traded Ngakwe. Probably could have got a first-round pick for him. Maybe. I mean, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's one of top edge players in the league. So
No, he's pretty solid. Yeah.
But going back, we'll come back to this Clavon Chason pick. I want to hit on that question that he sent in about fantasy football
Or her.
Sarah. About I want to look just at the players drafted right now, and I also think DeAndre Swift. I really hope DeAndre Swift lands in Kansas City, and if he lands in Kansas City, I could see DeAndre Swift going second round in fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
The problem there is if he were to go to the Chiefs, you have so many options already at receiver between just Travis Kelce, McCall Hardman, Tyreek Hill. Those players are going to get theirs. So it's hard to say, but then at receiver, I think. Honestly, I'm looking at the Ruggs pick now.
Oh my gosh,
I'm looking at the
dude.
Ruggs pick. Well, okay, so
Okay.
You got Jerry Jeudy in Denver. Cortland Sutton, he gets a large volume of targets.
He does.
And I'm not sold on their quarterback yet. So I just think there's going to be inconsistency there. So I think Ruggs is going to go into Oakland, and I think he's going to. I don't know if he's going to be dominate, but I think he's going to have a really good year. I think he'll be in the Rookie of the Year discussion.
This is how it's going to go, though. It's going to go week 1, 15 fantasy points. Week 2, 27 fantasy points. Week 3, 1.3 fantasy points. Week 4, 4 fantasy points. It's just like it's so much inconsistency. I personally wouldn't draft anyone that's too inconsistent because it's just too much of a headache.
Yeah.
But anyways, I mean, someone, speaking of fantasy, that could help out the Philadelphia Eagles and could be a good pick for fantasy would be Justin Jefferson if the Eagles were to draft him right here.
Yeah. I'm thinking Justin Jefferson or Brandon Ayuk from Arizona State. But what did you think about the Clavon Chason pick with Jacksonville?
I liked it. I think that sends a message to like you said, to Yannick Ngakoue that he's out, he's done. I think we're pretty much at that point that we can understand that. So shout out to the Khan family for drafting another edge rusher. At that point, Chason was the best on the board, and now you got AJ Epinesa up there as well. But yeah, I like it.
Yeah. So moving on from Jacksonville, because there's just not much to talk about with Jacksonville because they built up a team and they just let them all go, similar to
that Blake Bortles
Jets.
Yeah.
So the Eagles, I think they could go two different ways. I think you're looking at Justin Jefferson, maybe T. Higgins in there, and then I think on the other side you're looking at Kenneth Murray.
Okay, I like Kenneth Murray.
They're in need of a linebacker there.
Yeah.
And so Kenneth Murray can, step in, start right away.
I think Daniel Jeremiah of NFL.com actually had Kenneth Murray going to the Eagles at number 21. And then at that point, you need a receiver at some point.
Well, it's looking like Justin Jefferson's on the phone with someone. This could be where he goes. And
could be Minnesota up next.
So what do you think? Jefferson goes here, Minnesota. Do you think they're fine with Brandon Ayuk or T. Higgins? Or do you think they could just shock us all and go maybe – they need a corner. They lost Xavier Rhodes.
They do need a corner.
And they have Trey Waynes who –
I think it's an ego thing. They're not going to pick Diggs just because he got traded.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're going to take his brother.
Right. Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense.
So I think that there would be some resentment or something for him to play in Minnesota. So
a player that has kind of fallen down the chart who was pretty high there was Christian Fulton.
Yeah,
from LSU, and I think ESPN has him rated as their 10th best corner around there. And so he's sitting at the 6th best available corner right now according to them. So he's an interesting guy, Christian Fulton, just because his stock has just, it rose so high early on and it fell. I don't know if that was due to combine numbers or what it was. But I'd go receiver here if I'm the Eagles.
I would go receiver. I think with that question, with I could understand if Jefferson or T. Higgins was taken, then you could take someone like Kenneth Murray. You got to go with a wide receiver, and the pick is in for the Eagles as Roger Goodell is ready to announce who's going to be the next Philadelphia Eagle. Where is this, by the way? That they're having all the drone shots?
I'm not sure.
ESPN
Could be New York,
headquarters?
maybe. Matt. All right, Eagles are about to make their selection. We're thinking Justin Jefferson over here, just because the lack of depth there with the Eagles.
My brother just said the Falcons pick sucks. I agree.
Ooh. Wow, Justin Jefferson's heart just sank.
Jalen Reagor.
There we go, Jalen. A house more like mine. I can relate.
With the trash can out in the open.
I love Jalen Reagor.
I do too, yeah.
He's so fast. And, every time I think of the Eagles and slot receiver, I think of Deshaun Jackson.
Okay.
So Jalen Reagor is a guy that, I don't know if he has comparable speed. I mean, he's definitely the best slot receiver in this draft.
Unofficial, he had a 4.28.
Which is wild. 4.28 is, not many people are doing that. So that'll, he'll be able to stretch the field for the Eagles. I hope he really does well. I was hoping that he would fall to the Packers there.
Yeah.
But maybe Justin Jefferson falls to the Packers. I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
I think the Vikings are going to go on Justin Jefferson right here.
Yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, I was hoping that Reagor would fall, but teams are in need of slot receivers, and there aren't many available in this draft class. So Eagles saw their shot with Jalen Reagor, and they got their guy.
I think so too. And Justin Jefferson is going to be, I assume. Oh, that was a jump ball by Reagor. Look at that.
I know he's winning jump ball. He's 5'10".
I know, that's freaking nasty. We got another question coming in. Top 4 defenses in the league.
Top 4 defenses in the league.
49ers.
49ers for sure. The only question mark there with 49ers is corner. Corner's so up in the air.
Yeah. I honestly think, I don't know if they're going to be top 4, but I think they're going to be top 10. I think Chase Young just makes the Redskins a top 10 defense now.
You think him alone will do that?
Him alone. Because we saw what Nick Bosa did. And then, granted, they had other pieces that were good too.
Yeah.
And they had a great defensive coordinator as well. But Ron Rivera is a defensive guy. And I think that Chase Young is going to just do a lot of damage for the Redskins.
Yeah. It's so weird looking at it right now, just because like the teams that are coming to my head are the Broncos and Jaguars. I don't think they're even top 10 defenses anymore. The Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
You can even throw the Bills in there as like top defenses. So you always got to look at those 3, in my opinion. I think you got to put the Bears there with Khalil Mack. And
Do you think the Patriots are still good? Because they had a easier schedule in the beginning half of the season. So you think they're still one of the best?
Yeah, I mean, I think Bill Belichick's the best coach of all time. So he's not going to, I think he's got a chip on his shoulder now. And same with Tom Brady. I think they're, they want to prove that they're the best and they don't need each other to win. So I think the Patriots defense is still going to be top tier in the league. So I'd say the Patriots, Bears. I'll throw one out there. The Cleveland Browns.
Oh my gosh.
I love the Cleveland defense between Myles Garrett and then who's the corner they drafted last year?
Denzel Ward, number 1 corner right there. I think it was a couple years ago.
Yeah, so
Or you talking about Greedy Williams? Was drafted last year.
They have both.
Both were good, yeah.
Yeah, so give me those 3, and then I really had high hopes with the Chargers last year. Obviously, they got Derwin James late in the season, but you look at 2 years ago when Derwin played, they were a top defense, and they've added Bosa, and so like seeing all those guys come together, I would love to see the Chargers be, top 5 defense, top 10 defense.
Yeah, and I also I like the Saints a lot too. And with their pick coming in a couple of picks, a lot of talk has been with them getting either Kenneth Murray, Patrick Queen, which Patrick Queen stays in Louisiana if that were to happen. I also saw with the Saints getting Jordan Love in a mock draft, which the Patriots are coming up after this Vikings selection. So this is probably the most intriguing pick of the draft so far.
Yeah. I would love to see the Patriots take Jordan Love. I've been all over it. I've been saying it for a while now, so it's probably not going to happen. But I'd love to see it. I'd love to see the quarterback room there between him and Stidham. Competing that out for a starting job. Right. Jordan Love has all the talent in the world. It's his decision making that people are questioning. If you have Bill Belichick, he's going to be so hard on him. It's going to be a lot of pressure for him, but I think he's up for the challenge. And I think, he's going to make some early mistakes. Brett Favre's first pass was a pick 6.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's going to be a learning curve for sure, and he's going to have bad moments, but I really hope that he pans out. I like Jordan Love.
Speaking of Brett Favre, we are representing his first 2 teams that he played with.
We did that on purpose.
We for sure did. We planned it. So we assume with this Vikings pick that's in, we're saying Justin Jefferson. I am. Are you?
For the Vikings, yeah, I'm doing Justin Jefferson.
Same here.
Yeah. Minnesota really, they have Adam Thielen, who is amazing, probably the best white player in the league.
Christian McCaffrey?
Okay, Christian's up. Christian's first. Sorry.
Yeah, Adam. But Adam Thielen is a solid number 2 right behind Christian McCaffrey. There's no one forget Tom Brady, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers. It's Adam Thielen.
Yeah. So you look at that offense there with the Vikings. You got Dalvin Cook, got Kirk Cousins. You lose Stephon Diggs. You still got Thielen. So I feel like they haven't had a big receiver, kind of like Justin. I feel like Justin Jefferson is a pretty big receiver. Like he can go up there and get the ball. He's about 6'1", I think.
Yeah, he's about 208.
Honestly, I think Adam Thielen might be taller than 6'1", if I'm not mistaken.
He is. Yeah, he's about 6'2", 6'3".
But I think that'd be a dynamic duo with Jefferson there. I think there's a big fall off there after Adam Thielen.
Mm-hmm.
Then let's see who their number 2 guy is.
For Minnesota?
Yeah.
BC Johnson. Do you know who that is?
Before Christ Johnson.
His full name is OBC Johnson. OBC or something of that nature. But he's he didn't make too much noise last year when Stephon Diggs or Adam Thielen got hurt. But yeah, we'll see what Rick Spielman, which I don't know if I can say this on air or not, but I was actually at the NFL draft last year and I was talking to a Vikings fan and he was like, "Yeah, man, Big Dick Rick. Let's see what movie makes." I was like, "Oh, okay." As Roger Goodell, Sarah, if you're listening to this right now, sorry I said dick on the show. But Roger Goodell is giving the skull chance with the Vikings fans. And here we go. There you have it.
There you go, Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson, as we predicted. Mikey's on a roll with these predictions. Mikey knows everything.
I know nothing. This is all
It might be. It may not be. But we will definitely see.
As a Packers fan, my heart is beating pretty fast right now. Even though them losing Stephon Diggs has like 200 yards versus the Packers every game. So now Justin Jefferson will be getting 200 yards per game. I thought maybe we'd have a year off, but it's not looking good for us, guys. But at least they don't have a cornerback over there. So
to confirm, our insider Matt Mahoney just asked, did we say dick twice on air? Now it's 3 times.
Do not say we.
We're together. We are a team. We're working together.
Chargers moved up to number 23 for the Patriots. So that means the Patriots will be taking Jordan Love later in this draft.
New England is trading its pick to the Chargers, who gave up the second and third rounds to move up.
So the Chargers took Herbert. And so...
Can I say something real quick?
Please.
In our mock draft, I had the Chiefs trading up to 23 and the Patriots trading back to 32, so that they selected Jalen Hurts to be the quarterback of the New England Patriots. They trade back. They're drafting a quarterback in the second round. Jalen Hurts. Jordan Love is going to be gone. I feel like at this point, probably the Packers.
Yeah, the Packers could definitely do it.
Saints good.
I think Kenneth Murray or Patrick Queen will be available, and they're not. The Packers will not pass on either of them if they're there. Wow. I'm trying to process what's about to happen. Bill Belichick is playing chess and not checkers, so he's got something up his sleeve. And part of me really wants it to be Jalen Hurts. Part of me wants Jalen to be a superstar in the NFL. Obviously, I have questions about his ability to read defenses. I think against top tier defenses, he really struggled. But I love his work ethic. I love who Jalen is as a person, as a leader. You can't ask for any more from a guy, personally and from a leadership standpoint.
Yeah. And we'll get to Jalen Hurts in just a minute. But our priorities for this are the questions that you guys are submitting. And we got another question. Thoughts on which team is going to take Diggs at this point?
Let's see. So
not the Chargers.
Not the Chargers. And so we'll have the Saints coming up, who, I think the Saints' needs are, we're looking at safety, we're looking at linebacker, and we're looking at offensive line. And then I think you're looking at corner. I don't think they go corner. So the Vikings at 25 could be there. I think at 25, the Vikings will probably go corner.
That's the thing, though. I still think it's like an ego thing, or like there be resentment,
right,
with Diggs.
You're probably right about that. But then, I mean, maybe the Chiefs at 32. Chiefs are in need of a corner pretty desperately. Maybe, last pick of the first round, they get Diggs. I really thought that the Chiefs would go running back, but they might go corner. I think that's their biggest need there.
It's not. Let's see what's going to happen with the Chargers. The pick is in right now. But yeah, with the Patriots, that like I predicted, traded back so that they can draft. But dude, you got so many second round and third round picks at this point. There's so many quarterbacks that are going to be okay. We're saying that Jordan Love is going to be gone at this point if the Patriots choose.
Yeah.
Then you've got Jalen Hurts or Jake Fromm. I think are going to be their two best options at that point. Maybe Jacob Eason.
I could see. I mean, people are saying Jacob Eason has been flying up the boards just because his personality, his leadership, and just his interviews during the draft. And, we've mentioned before, Belichick is really tight. So does he look at Jake Fromm? Does he look at Jalen Hurts and, think, I can mold these guys into something? I think Fromm and Brady are kind of comparable in a way. But here we go. Chargers pick.
Bolt up.
I knew it. I was going to call it. I was going to say Kenneth Murray there.
Kenneth Murray.
I saw that they were going to go tackle or linebacker. And I think they're surprised that he's still up there. So I think that's why they traded. They knew they had to get in front of the Green Bay at 28. But Patrick Queen will still be there for the Packers, I think. So my hopes are still high, even though the Saints might take Patrick Queen. But
at this point,
I had in our mock draft, I had New Orleans. New Orleans is on the clock. I had them taking Grant Delpit, who 2 years ago would have been a first round, no doubt. I haven't seen one mock draft with Grant Delpit in it. I think he's arguably the best safety in this class. Maybe McKinney, but I like Delpit a little bit more. I feel like he's, they're both ball hawks. Kind of hard to say. One's not a ball hawk. One's is. But I think the Saints here will probably go Patrick Queen, or McKinney.
Yeah, you talked about. Man, I want to say in our mock draft that we did, I think I had Kenneth Murray going to the Saints. But yeah, Patrick Queen would be the next up because we talked about that linebacking core. They're not necessarily in need of a linebacker, but it would help out like tremendously because then you've got Demario Davis to line up with them. So you could replace someone like Anzalone to be a linebacker. So Patrick Queen from LSU could be the pick. Also news in regards to the Patriots. They feel confident in it if they were to draft a quarterback because a Gwinnett boy from Peachtree Ridge High School here in Georgia, David Andrews, their offensive lineman, had blood clots in his lungs, and he could not play last year, but he just announced that he is cleared to return to football. So that's good news for him.
Yep, good for him. And I'm looking now at the Saints. Someone asked about Trayvon Diggs, and I think I said Saints might need cornerback. It's not their first need, but I forgot that they added Janoris Jenkins on there. So with Janoris and Marshawn Lattimore, I doubt they go corner. And then they added Malcolm Jenkins, so maybe they don't go safety. I'm thinking Patrick Queen's the pick here.
I think so too. I think, yeah, I could see it. As we saw Kenneth Murray celebrate, man, some schools that are just really representing right now: Oklahoma, Ohio State for sure, LSU. Man, some good schools.
Yeah, you look at college recruiting. I keep going back to college recruiting, and I should say like high school recruiting, kind of. We used to see 5 stars kind of disperse. Like there'd be one at Ohio State, one in Miami, 2 to Alabama. And now you're looking at like there's 20% at Georgia, 20% at Ohio State, 20% at and 20 at Alabama.
That's nuts.
Yeah, and then you have LSU coming into the picture now after winning the championship. So they're going to be involved. It's going to be nuts. And I think like those 5 schools, we're going to be seeing a lot of first-round picks
for
the next few years.
There's just a lot of trends depending on their level of success. Just wanted to give some shout-outs real quick in the comments. We had Bumblebee Tuna join us, said, "What's up?" Bumblebee, how's it going?
Is that Bumblebee from Transformers?
Can you confirm? Matt Mahoney, confirm with Bumblebee. Is that Bumblebee from Transformers? Mahoney actually said, "Is anyone else waiting for Goodell's wardrobe change? Silk PJs or cotton bathrobe?" I would, who was wearing a bathrobe that I don't think we really talked about earlier? I think it was Henry Ruggs.
Yeah, it was.
Why was he wearing that?
To mention swag.
Oh, there's that word again that you use for Joe Burrow. That's the analyst's favorite word. Swag. By the way, we never opened up that bag of cheese puffs over there. We will.
Are you requesting them?
No, I'm fine right now. I'm fine. Also, another question that we wanted to answer from the Panthers fan, King Panther, said, Teddy Bridgewater or a guy by the name of PJ Walker that took the XFL by storm. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him.
Yeah, PJ Walker, he really surprised me in the XFL. And speaking of the XFL, I didn't think that so many players would be getting so much attention from the NFL. PJ Walker being one of them. I think there's like 5 or 6 more guys that have gotten signed from the XFL. And I think it's really cool to have a platform for those players that don't get that chance.
Yeah, agreed.
Teddy Bridgewater, I'm not sold on him. Like, yes, when he was the starter with the Saints while Drew was out, I think he went undefeated with them. I forget how many games. Yeah, 5 games. But to me, I didn't see anything spectacular in any of those games.
Okay.
I just didn't see. It's weird because when he was with Minnesota, I saw that part of him. And maybe he just needs to be in the groove, needs more, game time. And maybe that's what he's doing. He's getting in the groove with New Orleans there late. But I think Cam Newton was your guy, and you let him go.
Yeah.
He's kind of the face of the franchise, kind of revived that franchise, and they kind of just, threw him to the dogs. And I think they'll regret it. I really do. I love Teddy Bridgewater, but I don't know if he's going to take you that next step. But I like Matt Rule a lot, and I think he'll be able to, put together a solid season.
Yeah. As they talk about Sean Payton overcoming COVID-19. So that's awesome for him. Yeah, I think I don't know what's going on inside of that locker room or inside of the Panthers organization with the players, because they're thinking to themselves, I think it was when Cam Newton, they decided to move on from Cam Newton. Cam got upset with that, obviously.
Yeah.
Then Greg Olsen came out and he said, like, yeah, same thing happened to me pretty much. Like, they just treated me like I was nothing. If I was a player at that point, I'm like, oh gosh, I guess I got to be on my toes. I got to watch out for, I could be the next guy that gets released. But yeah, I like PJ Walker, but it seems like, at this point, Bridgewater would be the good point. King Panther agrees with us. Yeah, that's super sad that Newton was released. Okay, Bumblebee Tuna is an Ace Ventura reference. I've seen the one with Dan Marino. Is that the pet detective? Have you seen any of the Ace Ventura movie? It's old.
When I was like 8.
Yeah, so I don't remember it very well, but
Don't they have a pretty cool mask that they wear in Ace Ventura, or no?
Are you talking about The Mask, like the movie with Jim Carrey, where he was like the green?
No, not the mask. Like,
okay.
I swear there's a mask in Ace Ventura, or I'm thinking of a completely different movie.
Oh my gosh, I don't know.
We have laptops in front of us.
What? The internet? As Louis Riddick is talking about whatever he's talking about. Man, this is
I was thinking of something completely.
Okay. Yeah. Let's just cut that out. Let's cut that. Rewind.
Does Bumblebee have any thoughts or questions for us?
He just said, "What's up?"
What's up?
Oh, here we go. Woo, the center.
Wow.
Let's go.
Man, those Michigan guys love crying.
Who else cried with this from Michigan?
Rashawn Gary last year.
Oh, that's
the
right.
Packers.
Yeah. And the little.
The ones that should have been crying are the Packers fans.
No, yeah, dreams come true, which we're not making fun of that. That's awesome. But yeah, you don't like Gary?
I like Gary. He was not worth. I think if they picked him around 10, was not worth it. He played, I think,
11, I think, or 12.
He played less than 20. And if you're spending a first-round pick, throw that guy a fire.
Yeah.
And you look, okay, yes, his numbers were off the charts for his position last year. But for me, I'm a numbers guy. You look at his numbers that he had in Michigan, where does it say that he was successful?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, he's versatile, but the Packers fans should have been the one crying, and I was crying.
I'm sorry that you were crying like Cesar Ruiz right here. Yeah, I saw him getting taken a lot of mock drafts said that he might have been to or gone to the Chiefs, but it looks like he is going to the New Orleans Saints, so that's going to be a good offense for them.
I'm really liking this for the Packers here with Patrick Queen. It's lining up.
Mm-hmm.
It's lining up. So I'm going to keep my fingers crossed like you did for Javon Kinlaw.
Until the Ravens are going to take a linebacker, I assume.
Who?
The Ravens, right ahead of the Packers.
I have the Seahawks at 21.
Yeah, so the Ravens are at 28.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm saying there's just options of teams that could take linebackers,
I was looking at the Ravens. I thought it said, my handwriting is so good that I thought it said Packers. So I was like, oh my, a couple picks away.
You're right.
But okay, we got the Vikings on the board. Man, what do they do? They got to go corner, in my opinion. You lose Xavier Rhodes. Let's see who's available. We got Trayvon Diggs, probably some bad blood there with Stephon, who seemed pretty upset with the organization. I'm going to go out and say Jeff Gladney or Christian Fulton here.
Okay. Wanted to reference. So we got confirmation from our insider, Matt Mahoney, said that Ace Ventura and Pet Detective, yeah, that's the one with Dan Marino. Which, by the way,
Like the football player Dan Marino?
Dan Marino was in that movie. Yeah, Hall of Famer.
Like there's another.
No, there's like just one Dan Marino, the one that threw 5,000 yards. Yes, that one. So if Tua Tagovailoa is going to be number 13, or was number 13 in college, he can't be number 13 in Miami because that's retired by Dan Marino. Maybe number 3, but that's Josh Rosen. What's it going to be?
15.
Tim Tebow. Hey. But When Nature Calls, Ace Ventura is the Bumblebee Tuna reference. And also, do you see Matt Rule changing the Panthers at all? King Panther is on those Panthers.
Yeah, no.
While you answer that, I'm gonna.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Be disrespectful again.
I think for me, I loved Ron Rivera. I think Ron is a really, really good coach. I think he kind of turned the Panthers around, in my opinion. I thought he built a pretty good environment there. It looks like the Vikings traded their pick to the 49ers. So we'll see what the 49ers are up to.
Power saving mode. I got to get up occasionally.
But Matt Rule, I didn't hear a lot about Matt Rule until this past year at Baylor. And I look at his resume and what he did there at Baylor. I'm pretty sure Baylor won like one game like the year prior. And he came in and turned them around pretty quickly. And, I mean, that says a lot about him and the way the players look up to him. But I don't know if Carolina has enough talent there to, say make an impact the first year or two. I think it's going to be a couple years for him to, kind of implement his system, kind of like Shanahan. It took Kyle Shanahan a minute or a season or two to adjust to the Falcons. When he was here. So I think that'll kind of be Matt Rule, and it'll be interesting to see. Matt Rule hasn't coached really in the NFL, like head coach wise. So you look at like Nick Saban, how successful he was in college, and then like you look back at to what he did in the NFL, and he really failed here in the NFL. So you wonder if like Matt Rule is just a college coach, or if he can make that transformation to the NFL. I'm rooting for the guy, and Carolina believes in him. They paid him an outrageous amount of money.
They did. Was it like a 7-year contract? Like they're in for the long haul.
Yeah.
So, So just confirmed from Matt Mahoney that they did trade the 25th pick for the 31st pick. So the Niners traded the 31st, 117, and 176 just for the 25th. So for 6 spots to go up.
Who was?
As Goodell's about to announce.
What are we thinking?
Brandon Ayuk?
I'm thinking receiver. I'm looking at best available here.
Michael Pittman?
T. Higgins? Good call.
There he goes, Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good call there.
And I love this, and I mentioned this before with that 31st pick that they could have gotten, which I still believe maybe the Packers would have taken him. I don't know. But I mentioned how he's like just a jack of all trades as far as he can run the ball. He can, go deep. He can catch the ball. Kind of like a Tavon Austin kind of player. But, I mean, obviously Tavon Austin in college was just much better, I feel like, than Brandon Ayuk. But I like this pick. I like this pick a lot.
Yeah, I love it too. And I said it earlier, like, not a lot of people watch Arizona State. But if you turn on the film, this guy was burning everyone. He was catching every ball thrown at him. And it's really cool to see the program that Herm Edwards is building there at Arizona State. I really thought he was going to have trouble recruiting, but apparently not a lot of players love him. So I like Brandon Ayuk. Obviously, the 49ers needed another receiver there to put next to Debo. And, you got this guy whose wingspan is basically LeBron James. So he's going to go up and get those balls and, hopefully they can get the ball to him. Garoppolo, Garoppolo really struggled. against top tier defenses, like most people would. I'm not knocking him for that because he had a great year. So I'm hoping Brandon Ayuk being a little bigger receiver than like Emmanuel Sanders will bring like another dynamic to the 49ers. And they really needed a receiver, so I guess they liked him more than T. Higgins. So, and I think they're kind of similar receivers too.
I think T. Higgins. I guess they like the versatility that they could have with Brandon Ayuk much better.
Yeah.
Than T. Higgins. Then at that point, I mean, I'm looking at in my solo draft before we had that joint draft, I had T. Higgins going to the Packers at number 30. Or I believe that the Packers traded back to the New York Jets so that they could select T. Higgins. And like I said at the top of this broadcast, I still feel like the Jets could trade into the first round and grab a wide receiver.
Yeah.
And I think T. Higgins, they're just going pretty fast.
Right.
Because after Michael Pittman and T. Higgins are gone, I mean.
There's one guy we mentioned earlier, the guy from Colorado, Chenault.
Yeah.
He's another guy. Colorado doesn't get on TV much, especially because, like, we're from the East Coast, so Chenault's playing at, like, midnight over here. But I stayed up a couple times and watched him. He's a fun guy to watch. With his dreads, I mean, gosh, there's just something about football players and dreads that just looks so badass to me. But anyway, this guy can run the freaking ball. When he gets it in open space, it's over. I want to say I would take him over T. Higgins.
Okay. And that's respectable because eventually in our joint draft, I chose Laviska Shenault as the pick to the Packers. I did not pick Xavier McKinney first, and we did not cut that out. It was always Laviska Shenault. Talking about, do you think Ron Rivera will change the Redskins with Chase Young? If you may, I would like to answer that question.
You're good. I got to go to the bathroom real quick.
Yes,
I'm interested to hear what you say, but
go for it. As he goes to take a leak or poop, we don't know. Perhaps we can find out as Mikey is mic'd up so we can hear what he is doing in the bathroom. Just kidding. We can't. So I think with that, Chase Young has the ability to change the whole entire Redskins defense. I feel like that with people touting him as the best defensive prospect in the last 10, 15 years or so, better than both of the Bosa brothers. We saw what Nick Bosa did to that 49ers defense. Granted, they had great players like Eric Armstead and Solomon Thomas and Richard Sherman. Fred Warner stepped up. All those players to help out on that defense as well. But we saw that what one player can do for a defense, especially a defensive end that seems like it's the quarterback of the defense and it's just as valuable as the quarterback position. So I feel like Chase Young can make an impact on the Redskins immediately. And that's why I feel like they're going to be great in fantasy football next year. I'm not saying that they're going to be top 5, potentially top 10, but I feel like the Redskins defense is going to make some noise this upcoming season in 2020. But on the clock right now are the Miami Dolphins after the 49ers took that selection. So they already got 2 key players for them. And with their earlier picks, got from Austin Jackson from that trade from Mika Fitzpatrick to get that draft pick from the Steelers. And then obviously Tua Tagovailoa as their quarterback. And now you got to look at getting a running back at this point. Wouldn't you say so? Getting a running back at this point?
Got to take DeAndre Swift.
You have to.
We're talking about Miami?
No, we're talking about your mother.
Whoa.
Woo! Gosh. You set yourself up, bro.
I sure did.
Man. Yes. DeAndre Swift is my pick right here.
DeAndre Swift. That would be my pick if I'm Miami. Let's see, who have they taken so far? They've taken Tua, obviously, and they took Austin Jackson. And everyone kind of had them going quarterback, tackle, running back, quarterback, running back, tackle. So you got your quarterback, you got your tackle. You signed Jordan Howard, who I know you're really high on. But is he your every down back? I think DeAndre Swift brings another element and kind of like the modern day football. Yeah. I think Jordan Howard would have been super successful, like, say 10 years ago. like I think he would have been a bona fide starter, but I think the league's kind of changing. They want players that can be more dynamic out of the backfield, and between DeAndre Swift and Clyde Edwards-Helaire, you got two guys that can do both really well. So it'll be interesting to see if they go running back. I mean, for me, you go, oh my gosh, I'm seeing the Packers just traded. Packers are on the clock.
Wait, at 26?
Yes.
Green Bay traded up number 30 to Miami spot at number 26. Green Bay gave up its first and its 4.
Okay, so the Packers jumped the Titans. They jumped the Ravens. They're getting Patrick Queen right here.
Think so?
Yeah.
Quick question from Tyler. What round do you see Juwan Johnson getting picked?
Juwan Johnson, is that I think he's
a receiver, I believe, yeah.
Juwan Johnson. I'm not familiar with Juwan. Juwan Johnson. Where's he from, Tyler?
Oregon, I believe.
Juwan Johnson, Oregon. I remember now because I'm pretty sure he flamed Wisconsin in that game. Big receiver. I'm probably thinking around the 3rd round or late 2nd. I'm looking at the receivers ahead of him. There's a guy who I can't believe is ranked so low, and
Who's
that is Lynn Bowden, guy from Kentucky, fast as lightning, electric. Reminds me a lot of Randall Cobb.
Ooh.
Randall Cobb, he played quarterback, running back, wide receiver, kicker, punter, returner, kick returner at Kentucky. This guy is very similar. He played quarterback against Georgia. Obviously, that game was, not much action because it was raining the whole time. But Lynn is ranked 7 above Juwan. So 3rd or 4th round there for Juwan. Maybe Juwan might jump the boards. He's a bigger receiver. And I know some teams like the Packers, they like the big receivers on the outside. So he'll provide some length there.
As you see, one of the freshest 40-year-olds in the game, Matt LaFleur.
He's so cool.
Dude,
a lot of people were nervous about his relationship with Aaron coming in.
Oh, yeah. I think that was just smoke. That was just rumors. I don't. Why would there be, And I remember I took Aaron Jones in fantasy. I was big on him. And JoJo, who played with us, was like, do you think Aaron Rodgers is really going to be like, let Aaron Jones have the reins and like take a step back? I'm like, yes, I think so.
Let's see what they do here.
So let's see what Green Bay does.
I'm so excited.
Let's see.
Patrick Queen. Oh, what? Jordan Love? What?
We're with you, Tyler.
Okay, I'm not mad. Y'all know I've been talking about Jordan Love for a week now. I said Patriots or Packers.
True.
You said Packers today, I'm pretty sure.
I did say Packers today.
Wow, I thought they were jumping up to grab Patrick Queen for sure.
They traded up for Love, dude.
They traded up. So this is very similar with Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my gosh.
So Aaron Rodgers, there was questions when he first came out, like when he was coming out on his decision making. They said he had the arm. They like him, these tall dudes.
Right.
The arm strength is there. Decision making's kind of iffy. And I think like that was kind of like the same with Mahomes, if I'm not mistaken, when he's coming out of Texas Tech. So I love Jordan Love, and I think we've all seen a decline in Aaron Rodgers. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is still top 5 quarterback in the league, but his completion percentage has dropped from like 70% to like 60. That's such a huge gap. And I don't know if like that's like personal reasons or like what's going on there with Aaron.
I think it's I think it's really legitimately maybe completion percentage, I'm not sure, but I think the reason he hasn't been throwing so many yards, so many touchdowns is because he took a step back. And I think with Matt LaFleur, they realized, okay, that Aaron Rodgers is a very valuable player. And yeah, you could build around him. But when you have a running back like Aaron Jones and you have Jamal Williams and all these people, like take a step back, And again, you know how big I am, and I've mentioned this before about how I don't like people just sitting and learning, because I feel like Aaron Rodgers, he's got another 4 or 5 years in him. I'm saying it because he said he wants to play until he's like 45. He says he can do that.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know
he's
if that's
been
true or
learning
not,
a lot from Tom how to like keep his arm strength that long, and eating a certain diet to do that. But wow,
yeah,
this
that's
is
nuts.
my problem with the Packers is, and this is might be another reason for Aaron's decline. They haven't spent a top pick on a receiver since Devontae Adams, and that was a second round pick. They haven't picked a first round. They've gone defense like I think like a few years now in a row. Like they spent a lot of picks on that defense side of the ball, and the defense is still questionable. So
Yeah,
I just don't know what's going on in Green Bay. I really like LaFleur. So I'm excited about this pick, and I hope that Jordan Love pans out. I hope he's learning from Aaron, so he's going to learn a lot. Aaron's going to be tough on him. So
man, Jordan Love is a Green Bay Packer. That's crazy.
Yeah, and you've looked. Aaron has been hurt a few times here the past few seasons.
Yeah.
And you look at all the quarterbacks that have come in to replace him, and
we love Scott Tolzien.
You just know, yeah, golly, you just know, like if Aaron were to get hurt, that's there goes their season. And you look at the Eagles when Nick Foles came in, when Carson was hurt, and it shows how valuable those backup quarterbacks are. So at least you have a young guy in Jordan Love who, there's going to be some up and downs for sure, but I'm excited. I love the pick. I knew it'd be Patriots, Packers, fighting for them, and I'm glad the Packers got him. Surprised me though.
Wow, that's quick. How did you jump on an interview so quick? ESPN's on top of it.
Says. Yeah. Holy cow!
Gosh, yes, we did get kicked in the nuts tonight. Yes, Tyler Dunn can't believe it either. But yeah, wow. Anyways, he's a Green Bay Packer now. So at that point, the Patriots, Jalen Hurts, Jacob Eason, Jake Fromm. With the, I believe with the Chargers, that was I want to say 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38 pick, maybe 38 or 39 pick that they have until they're picking first. Is that a quarterback in the second round?
I want to say yes. I'm thinking it's between Hurts and Fromm. I'm more leaning towards Hurts. I like Jalen Hurts there in New England. I think Jalen wants to prove that he can play in the league, and what better matchup is with Belichick there to
that's
form him.
Crazy.
It's pretty wild. So okay, we have. Sorry, my heart is beating so fast. I really wanted Patrick Queen right there, but
it's okay.
I'm excited about Jordan Love. I'm not bummed about it.
Yeah.
Because I knew that was a realistic possibility. I didn't think they would trade up though, man. I thought they were really going to take Patrick Queen. All right. Anyway, okay. So we got Seattle. So Seattle needs edge help. They signed Bruce Irvin. They're hoping Clowney will sign with them. He's looking like he's with the Titans. Nothing's set in stone. So we're looking at edge. We're looking at offensive line, D-line, maybe safety.
Yeah.
Maybe McKinney.
Could be McKinney. I know that you and I both were talking about Gross Matos to be an edge rusher and help out for Seattle. And how you brought it to my attention that the Seahawks in the last 8 drafts traded in the first round.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like they're doing it here as their pick is in. And the Seahawks will be selecting, and the Ravens are now on the clock. That means so maybe McKinney, but we do expect defense for sure.
What I had in my mock draft, I mentioned him as like my sleeper, is Zach Bond from Wisconsin. I think he's a really good pass rusher. He was second best in the Big Ten behind Chase Young. If they're looking for edge help, I think you Josh Bond or Zach Bond. Sorry.
Yeah.
And of course, there was some controversy there because I think he had like a diluted sample or something.
He
there.
Did. Yeah.
But he said it was due to drinking too much water.
He was trying to hide something, wasn't he?
I have no idea.
I'm not blaming anything on him. I don't know. but that's what people say.
Yeah, I don't know, but
I don't know.
if we're going edge, I'm hoping Zach Bond, but they could go, AJ Epinesa, who was projected to be like top 15 in
Yeah.
a lot of people's drafts, kind of fell down the board late. And then you have Gross Matos from Penn State, which I'm not really high on either of them. I think AJ's too slow off the ball. But
Yeah,
we'll see.
We'll see. I think out of these teams, so what we've got the Seahawks, the Ravens, the Titans, the Dolphins, the Vikings, and the Chiefs are going to be the next 6 picks for the first round. I think that the Seahawks, Ravens, Titans, I could see the Titans drafting out or trading out of the first round. But I think those 3 teams are going to go defense. And then Dolphins, we feel like it's going to take DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, I think the Titans could go offensive line, just because I think they're pretty convinced they're getting Clowney. So maybe that takes away from the edge that they need. But having depth at that edge position isn't a bad thing. You can see it there with the 49ers, what they've built. So
yeah.
Okay, so we'll see who they go. I'm thinking it's edge, but
yeah, we'll definitely have to see. As they pay tribute to the workers at CenturyLink Field.
Are there any anyone talking over there?
Interact with us, guys. Interact with us. We've still got.
Where's my Panthers guy at?
King Panther.
King Panther. I like that guy.
I like that guy too.
Tyler's been active too. Shout out to you guys.
Sarah, you still watching? I love you.
Did Bumblebee ask anything, or is he still with us?
Bumblebee just said, "What's up?"
All right, we appreciate it.
Yeah. What's up with Bumblebee?
Let's see who they go. My pick is Zach Bond.
Do you think Roger Goodell loves not being booed?
Oh yeah, this is the time of his life. Wow.
Jordan Brooks.
Man, I'm kind of frustrated. So I saw late that the Packers were thinking about taking him.
Yeah.
Late in the first, and he kind of came out of nowhere too. He's super athletic. I think he's going to fit in well with Seattle. I was hoping that he would fall to that second round. Maybe the Packers could move back up and get him, but that doesn't look like it's happening. And Patrick Queen has fallen. You got Kenneth Murray. Now you got Jordan Brooks taking above him. Is there going to be anyone else taken before him? Maybe Logan Wilson from Wyoming. Maybe his teammate Jacob Phillips. It'd be interesting to see. I don't know why he's fallen. Another guy I'd love. Miami's got 2 defensive guys, Shaquille Quarterman and Michael Pickney, and they're going to be, later round picks, but I think they're both going to be starting players.
Guess who I vouched for out of that group? Michael Pinkney, because I made a documentary on him. Watch that on Time2Football before you watch the second and third round tomorrow, because he's probably going to get taken day 2. But I love those guys. But you were right with the linebackers, at least for the Seahawks.
Do you think the Ravens, or not the Ravens, the Seahawks think they still have a chance with Clowney? I thought for sure.
No.
I thought for sure they would go edge, knowing that Clowney's not going there.
So it was the Seahawks, the Titans, were the Colts in the discussion of signing them? I don't believe they were.
I think it was mainly between
the Seahawks and the Titans.
Right.
I think with the success the Titans had last year, I think Clowney would be more inclined to go to the Titans. But we'll have to see. As Pete Carroll, he does have a lot of room over there. He's got a nice house, man. These people have nice houses.
They only make like $10 million a year,
give or take. It's nothing much. So this could be Zach Bond right here to the Ravens.
Yeah, the Ravens are very intelligent with their picks.
But
I think
but why is Patrick Queen falling though? That's the thing.
he could go right here. He very well could go right here. I got their needs for the Ravens as linebacker, O line, wide receiver, edge, D line. So if we're talking linebacker, Patrick Queen is probably the top option. Receivers, T. Higgins, provide some more weapons there for Lamar to throw to, even though he can defend by everyone.
But I mean, with them drafting Brown in the first round last year, Marquise Brown.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, are you talking about the Packers?
No, I'm talking about Ravens.
Ravens, yeah, the Ravens.
Like, I think Brown and T. Higgins are two different styles of receivers.
They are, yeah.
I think you need both. I mean, like, that end zone receiver would be T. Higgins.
Yeah. So King Panther, your guy, King Panther.
He must like vanilla Coke, like me.
Yeah, come join us, man. Come join us. We'll give you you don't live that far away. It seems like you're a Panther fan, so you probably live in the Carolinas. Just make that 4-hour, 5-hour drive down here to Atlanta. Hang out with us. He asked, who do you honestly think would win, the Panthers or the Falcons? I think we're both either equally good or both either equally bad. But I'm going to say none of us are winning the division. I think it's between the Saints and the Bucks.
Yeah, I agree. Saints and Bucks are definitely going to be the two contenders. I think Falcons might surprise some people, but head-to-head matchup, I'll take the Falcons. I think the Falcons are going to beat them both times this year. And the reason for that, Matt Ryan. I think Matt Ryan's the difference maker there.
Okay.
And I just think that Carolina's kind of rebuilding their team. I mentioned it before. Obviously, the Falcons have some holes on the defensive side of the ball. Hopefully, they can get a linebacker in to fill Devondre Campbell's position. And hopefully they can, solidify that line. I mean, you wasted 2 first-round picks. They were both hurt last year, so maybe that'll help their line. And I just think the Falcons are so much better than the Panthers, if I'm being quite honest.
Yeah, I think that offense is difference maker. The Panthers are good enough on offense to possibly do something and win some games. But I think the talent level on offense is better. Defensively, they might be the same. I'd assume so, just based off of just the late season surge that I saw from the Falcons.
Yeah, so Derek Brown will be there, and
That's true.
The Falcons' holes on the offensive line are left guard and right tackle, big question marks. If he's lining up over left guard, Alex Mack is going to have to double team him, which will open up space, for the linebackers to make plays. But I mean, I'm looking at their offensive side of the ball. I really like it. Tight end seems a little weak with Ian Thomas there. Mm-hmm. But you got Curtis Samuel, DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson. That's speed. Mm-hmm. I think they're taking a page. I'm keep referencing the Chiefs. DJ Moore, Anderson, Samuel. That's a fast group. You add McCaffrey in there. Teddy Bridgewater, he's going to make those short throws. Russell Okung, he's a really good left tackle there. Defensive side of the ball is kind of where I have issues with. Brian Burns was a nice surprise last year.
I love Brian Burns. He was for a hot second there contender for defensive rookie of the year until Bosa took off. But
I just don't know who's going to be guarding Julio. I think that's a difference.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at their cornerbacks right now. I see Dante Jackson and I see Dominique Hatfield. Julio Jones. Put those guys on Julio Jones.
Trey Boston will be there for safety, but no, King Panther would love to come down here to Atlanta, but I actually live in New Jersey. Dang it, man!
Panthers fan
I
in
think
New
we
Jersey.
Got to go up there. You know who's also
the Ravens took Patrick Queen.
Oh, Ravens actually took Patrick Queen. Okay, we missed that. No.
I swear
they haven't announced it yet.
I swear they just had him on.
Yeah, they're just showing him.
Oh, well,
I guess.
I hate to ruin it for you, but it is going to be Patrick Queen. And if it's not, then I
don't know what's going on with this world. But Calais Campbell with his deep voice on ESPN right now. But
back to top 4 defenses, Baltimore has to be in there too. We'll extend it to top 5.
And if they get Patrick Queen, like after the 49ers, I have no idea who else. Who else? But King Panther, thank you for listening to us from New Jersey or watching us. You know who's also from New Jersey? A Penn State product. Mike Gesicki.
Does my guy Carolina know who Mike Gesicki was in high
Probably
school,
not.
or he grew up there? You said played high
did.
school ball there.
He did.
Be interesting.
You know,
Maybe you saw him play.
Yeah,
No, that New Jersey pipeline's kind of growing. I mean, you
yeah.
got especially to Georgia. I love referencing Georgia.
Ravens.
Patrick Queen, there he goes.
Patrick Queen.
But that New Jersey pipeline to Georgia, so it's kind of the Pennsylvania area too. So you got DeAndre Swift, you got his cousin Mark Webb, and then Isaiah Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Two of those three are getting drafted this year, and Mark Webb will be drafted next year. So that Pennsylvania, New Jersey area, and they actually just got a commitment from a guy, Elijah Judy, who is also from that area. So if you can go check out those guys, that'd be fun to watch.
Yeah, so Patrick Queen, like we expected, is going to help out that Ravens defense mightily. Like we mentioned, Matthew Judon being the only solid linebacker that they have on the Ravens, and Patrick Queen is going to be, I could see him becoming like a good, like what Devin Bush was for the Steelers. As we take a look at his highlights right here from the national title game, but yeah, he's a boss.
I like Patrick Queen. He seems a little like, I feel like the linebacker style kind of has transformed like a hybrid and like kind of smaller sideline to sideline guy. This guy reminds me of like a traditional linebacker. He's bigger. He's still quick as heck. All these guys are freak athletes, obviously.
Yeah.
And the Ravens, they seem to always have good draft picks every year.
Yeah.
And
agreed.
I think we're going to see another one here with Patrick Queen. I mean, that's their biggest need was linebacker. They filled the hole with who ESPN had ranked as the number one guy. So you get that at 28. I think, they're sitting back, relaxing, enjoying that he fell that far. I think they're hoping, Patrick Queen or Kenneth Murray. They got Patrick Queen. So,
yeah, just a side note. King Panther said, I've heard of him, but don't remember. I think he's talking about Mike Gesicki, who is the best tight end in the NFL right now.
Keep dreaming.
The story is I've been big on Mike Gesicki since he got drafted in 2018, and he's slowly becoming a fantasy football stud. So watch out. Mike Gesicki of the Miami Dolphins. But the Tennessee Titans are on the clock right now at number 29. I think I originally had the Titans in my solo draft, the Titans trading out as one of the options of the first round and trading up with the Jets. I'm still big on the Jets trading up to get a wide receiver. But if the Titans are going to stick with this pick, who do you think is going to be the next selection?
In my first mock draft, I had them taking Penn State defensive end, Gross Matos. I'm kind of leaning toward Ezra Cleveland right now.
Okay.
That tackle. I think they need that right tackle help. Opposite of Tyler Lewan.
Taylor Lewan, yeah.
So I think Ezra Cleveland comes in there, starts at right tackle. Could be Isaiah Wilson from Georgia. Or if they go edge, I'd love them to take my guy, Zach Bond. I think someone's going to get a steal there. I really do.
But they drafted Jeffrey Simmons last year to play edge from Mississippi State.
Mm-hmm.
You think they would go 2 years in a row drafting an edge?
Jeffrey Simmons to me is more like an inside technique guy. Zach Bond is kind of like a hybrid linebacker. He can really get after the quarterback. He's very intelligent. He can stop the run. And the one question mark about him is, can he guard tight ends? Can he guard running backs? And I think he's quick enough to do so. Obviously not Isaiah Simmons. But I think he's kind of versatile to, get in there and make a difference. I'd love to see him with tight ends opposite of Zach Bond. And then Jeffrey Simmons in the middle. Ooh. I like the sound of that, but
that'd be solid.
I think they need tackle more.
Micah Vrabel is currently on the clock. You know what's funny about Mike Vrabel is he said in a preseason interview last year before the 2019 season, he said that he would chop his male parts off if it meant that he get to go to the Super Bowl. And then before the game against the Chiefs in the AFC Championship, he retracted those comments. And he said, man, when you're just full of adrenaline, you just say crazy stuff. And they lost. So do you think at this point, he regrets taking his comments back?
I think they lost on purpose.
Conspiracy.
Because if they won, he would have had to do that.
You would have. And it would have been brutal. And, I'm glad that he's all intact. He's safe. And let's see if he can.
Are those like paper cutouts or are those real people?
That looks like that TikToker, that girl. I don't get on TikTok. The famous TikToker.
Is it frozen? Because none of them have blinked.
Yeah, I don't know. Charlie D'Amelio. Is that who it is? That's what it looked like.
Matt?
Can you confirm for us? But
or his daughter?
I don't know. It could be it could be his children. But do you think that Hall of Fame bust behind Kurt Warner looks like Kurt Warner?
Looks like Cristiano Ronaldo. It really does.
What a beautiful bust. I don't know what at this point. Trayvon Diggs is still up there. If you want to get corner.
Yeah, they could go corner. I have that as their fourth biggest need. They could also go. They lost Deion Lewis. They could go back up running back. And they're like, okay, we could have DeAndre Swift come in on third down and just eat it up,
Yeah. And it could be the same thing where, like, I know Derrick Henry is, their guy, but yeah, we'll see right here. See Titans.
Ezra Cleveland.
Isaiah Wilson. Go Dogs.
Isaiah Wilson. I like it. Isaiah, he really transformed his body when he got to Georgia. A lot of fat. And if you've seen this dude, like pictures of him without his shirt on, it's unbelievable. Like, they should not build people like that. Like, I don't understand how a woman birthed that human being right there. He's 6'8", 6'9". Like, he's just a monster, and he weighs like 300 and some pounds, 350. 6'6", I think that's wrong. I'm pretty sure he like measured in at Georgia like 6'8", 6'9". Not
you would know because you've seen him shirtless. So you know him in detail.
Not pantless, shirtless. But this dude is shredded. Like, you're walking out of the stadium or, in college, you're coming off that bus. He's the first guy you want coming off that bus onto that field. My thing with him, I don't know if he is quick enough. I think quicker defensive ends will be able to get around him, which is crazy to think people can get around that monster.
It's nuts.
Arms are longer than Inspector Gadget. So it'll be interesting to see how he pans out. I love him. I think he's, a really good player. But I think he has a problem with speed.
Yeah. Oh, they're moving. The kids are moving.
The kid with the mullet.
A mullet is a thing for high schoolers nowadays. I've seen that before. Like, my fiance's younger sister, I don't know. I think I picked her up at her school one time, and there's just so many high schoolers with mullets. And I was like, why are there so many kids at your school with mullets? She was like, yeah, that's just a thing at high school now. So that's a trend. We just talked about mullets. You didn't stop me. You just let me continue.
It was your time to shine.
Did. I'm so glad I did. Yeah, King Panther actually lives in Jets Nation. Just mentioned they believe, or he's a fan of Jamal Adams and Darnold, but don't believe the Jets are strong enough. But
and Jamal Adams looks like he has problems with the management over there.
A lot of top tier players do.
Yeah, and if I'm a team and I need safety help, give me Jamal Adams. He's top 3 safety in the league.
Yeah. I love the Falcons, there's not rumors, but someone said, like, should the Falcons consider trading for Jamal Adams? I wouldn't have been opposed to that. But,
Why not? And
it's okay.
I look at like the Ravens trades that they make, and it seems like they're getting Pro Bowl players for like 4th round picks and like 5th round picks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why, as a GM on another team, why aren't you one-upping that? I'll give you 3rd. Give me a Pro Bowl player for a 3rd round pick.
Exactly. I don't get
Especially if you have the cap space, like Cleveland Browns have so much cap space. Spend it. Your organization's trash. Do something, change it. You got Odell, you have Jarvis, you have Baker. You're not missing that much more. Why not spend the money?
This guy knows a lot about money because he works at a bank. So
that does not mean I know a lot about money.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hassan, we're looking at the board right now, and I'm looking at best available. Okay. We got Xavier McKinney.
Right.
We both thought he was going 1st round. Do you think he falls out? I'm thinking he falls out.
Because you got to get DeAndre Swift.
I think with Xavier, with him, there's a bit of an attitude problem there.
Ooh.
And I think teams are hesitant to do that.
Drama.
You see all these teams doing like all these psychology tests now and everything like that. And, they don't want someone that's going to bring bad energy, bad attitude. But Xavier, that dude can ball. He's a ball hawk for sure. He's everywhere. He's very versatile. So someone's going to get a steal there in the 2nd round because I see him falling out. I don't see anyone here that needs safety
help. I'm not sure. Because the Dolphins are obviously, the Dolphins would be the number 1 team that needs a safety out of the Vikings and the Chiefs. And they're going to, I'd assume, draft a running back.
Yeah.
You have to at this point. Then the Vikings who got that pick from San Francisco. Who do you? If you're the Vikings, you don't need a safety. Who did the Vikings draft? Or was it
the Vikings drafted Jefferson?
That's right. Because the Eagles got Jalen Reagor. That's right. So if you got your wide receiver already, you mentioned cornerback.
They're probably not going to go Diggs because, like we've mentioned, the bad blood there.
Yeah.
With Stephon.
There's some needs at linebacker. You could go offensive lineman. That's always a safe choice. I think you could just grab Xavier McKinney just because he's you're not drafting until later on into the 2nd round. So why not just draft him right here, right now?
Be interesting to pair him with Harrison Smith. Harrison Smith is, I think he was on the all decade team for safety.
And there's also, I know that they're in contract talks right now with Anthony Harris, I was so upset that he didn't make the Pro Bowl last year. Pro Bowl is just a popularity contest. I voted for him all the time, and he didn't make it. Pro Bowl snub. Had an amazing season last year, and I think they're in contract disputes, so he may not be around for long. So I think that if you draft Xavier McKinney, that's a good replacement. Harrison Smith, he did make All-Decade team, but last year in 2019, he didn't live up to Harrison Smith potential. So you could see it. I wouldn't be surprised if they do that.
Yeah, you can. So they have Anthony Harris there opposite of Harrison. And I'm not super familiar with Anthony Harris. I want to say he had an interception against Green Bay though last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he had about six interceptions or something like that.
So is Anthony Harris starting caliber safety?
Oh yeah, he should have made the Pro Bowl last year. Yeah.
Okay, so
maybe he's a one-hit wonder. I don't know.
Right? Yeah. Well, maybe they move away from safety and go Vikings corner. I'm still looking at corner. You know who they could get is the corner from Utah. He's very low key. I'm pulling him up here.
Is it Christian Fulton?
No, that's LSU. Jalen Johnson.
Jalen Johnson.
Yeah, very underrated. The defense was really good there in Utah.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Johnson was their number one corner. Why not take him?
Yeah, well, the pick is in for the Dolphins. I believe that a lot of people could go with.
Please be DeAndre Swift.
We actually got some inside news with Matt Mahoney. Actually, did some deep research on some personal life of some people. Vrabel actually has 2 sons, no daughters. Appears those 2 guys dressed in the background are the sons. Girl in shot is definitely not the TikTok girl. I thought it was. Thought it was for a second. Do you have a TikTok?
I do not.
I don't either. Sarah made one today, actually. Hi, Sarah. I think she just texted me good night. But
Good night, Sarah.
good night, Sarah.
We miss you.
Good night, Sarah. Let's see you guys type it in the chat. But yeah, I think this is the time right now with all the running backs on the board. You gotta take them.
Yeah, I think last year I want to say the first running back went at around 22. If
Yeah.
I'm not no,
Was it
not
Josh
22.
Jacobs?
Yeah, Josh Jacobs was the first
I believe it was the first
running back
for the
take.
Raiders.
So
yeah, around then.
thinking that a running back would come off the board around that same time.
Yeah, it seems like if you don't have like someone like a Saquon Barkley,
I'm high on Swift. Maybe I'm just biased because I'm here in Georgia, but
yeah.
his cutting ability, the way he just puts that right foot in the dirt, just go watch all of his runs against Kentucky. If the Dolphins pick him here, you'll see those highlights. So let's see. Their pick is in. Just waiting on Goodell to announce it.
I'm loving what the Dolphins are doing. At first, it was like, oh, why are you trading Larry Tunsil, which I still don't get, but
yeah,
it's coming in full circle. Corner, I'd say, is
what
Noah.
I mean, we said corner.
That was a need, I guess, but I thoughts on that.
I think Trayvon Diggs was probably the best available, but like we've said it 12 times now that bad blood probably washed away that pick right there. So I guess Nova was their second, or maybe he was their first corner left available.
What's crazy though is that bless you.
Thank you.
DeAndre Swift is going to be a Kansas City Chief. I just think it's going to happen.
That'll be big time for them. I think it'll be between Trayvon and DeAndre Swift. Maybe they could go J.K. Dobbins, but I think DeAndre Swift fits that offense. That would be, it's like, how do you add to that offense to make it more fun? Well, let's put the best running back in the draft on that team.
Yeah, exactly. Some Chiefs fans have actually hit me up on YouTube and said that offensive line is the biggest need for the Chiefs, which I understand. But maybe Josh Jones. But you got Mitchell Schwartz at tackle. So
don't they have a Pro Bowl guy? Is that him?
Yeah, Mitchell Schwartz. Yeah.
Oh.
I think he played hundreds and hundreds of snaps last year and did not give up a single sack. So he's pretty solid.
And like one thing with we've seen a bunch of tackles go, offensive tackles. There's kind of been a trend over the years where offensive guards aren't really taken. There's been 2 off the top of my head. Quentin Nelson, who is arguably the best guard in the league as a rookie his first year. He went to the Pro Bowl. That guy's going to be, talked about for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Falcons last year with Chris Lindstrom.
Yeah.
But other than that, there's maybe one guard that will go in the first round. And other than that, guards are not going in the first round. Obviously, offensive tackle, you want your left tackle there to protect your quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of interesting with offensive guard and running back. They kind of get short end of the stick here.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. With the Minnesota Vikings at the clock right now, though, we talked about Xavier McKinney being an option. Jeff Gladney, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Or Jalen Johnson, Christian Fulton, or they could go edge. They could go edge. They lost one of their edge guys this year.
Yeah, Everson Griffin.
Yeah,
which he's thinking about coming back for lesser amount of money. So
to Minnesota.
Yeah.
No, say it ain't so.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. But I mean, AJ Epinesa.
Yeah, I mean he could very well be a productive defensive end. For me, his first step is just too slow for the NFL.
Who's it going to be? Corner? Jeff Gladney. Solid pick. Good job, Vikings. Good job.
Yeah, they're really hitting their needs. You know, some teams draft like best available, which was the Packers strategy for a few years then. But now since they got a new GM, they kind of changed that, looking at needs. And then other teams will draft for needs, which makes sense.
Yeah.
It's the holes that they have to fill. So you get Justin Jefferson, fill the offense. You know, Stephon Diggs is gone. Xavier Rhodes leaves. You got to get a corner in there. You got some good receivers in that division. So you got to take a risk there and get one of these guys left on the board. And I'm surprised so many corners have been taken. That's how many now? That's one.
Yeah. Kuda, Henderson, Terrell, Gladney just now.
There's one after Terrell. Arnett.
Mm-hmm.
So is that
and
5?
Then we had the Dolphins taking a corner as well.
6? Is
Man,
that 6?
That's
surprising. I thought that was like the weakest spot in this class. Maybe other than tight end. Tight end is pretty soft in this class.
Yeah, because you thought it was like Jeff Okudah and then maybe CJ Henderson and then everybody
then there's
else.
Another tier, yeah.
Yeah, but Jeff Gladney seems like it's a good pick for the Minnesota Vikings, addressing the needs, like you said. So it's a good draft so far for the Minnesota Vikings. Now, the last pick of the Kansas City Chiefs, which, by the way, if you've hung around with us for this long, we appreciate it for tuning in. We've got one more pick left, and we keep on having the comments coming in. We've got a question. Kyler Murray, Hopkins, Simmons, any change with the Cardinals this season? How good are they going to be?
I'll let you take that one.
I think they're going to be phenomenal. I am very, very, very big on Kyler Murray. I don't think you are.
No, I love
Kyler Murray? Okay,
yeah.
Good. Whew. So I can just let loose. And it goes back to the whole theory of like sitting and waiting, or should you just start your rookie season? And we proved that if you just go ahead and start at least 12 games your rookie season, you're going to have success 71% of the time going into your second season. And Kyler Murray being a number 1 overall pick in that offense that's designed for him with a top-tier wide receiver. Don't sleep on Christian Kirk either in the slot. I think this offense is pretty good. It's pretty good. A lot of things are going to happen.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if they can make playoffs. I think they're a playoff border team.
Okay.
I like their offense a lot. You know, you get rid of David Johnson, you bring in DeAndre Hopkins. You're fine with that if you're a Cardinals fan, I'm sure.
Dude, you save a lot of money that way too. But
for sure.
I don't understand the Texans. But.
You have Larry Fitz there. You got Isaiah Simmons. You got Patrick Peterson still there. Arguably the best corner in the game. I'm trying to look at, you know, they have Chandler Jones, who I think is one of the most underrated players in the league.
I love Chandler Jones, yeah.
And, you know, I've seen a few players even like come out and say one of the most underrated players in the league. And they pick up Devondre Campbell. That defense is going to be, you know, you got Devondre Campbell, Isaiah Simmons. I didn't even like realize that is some versatility. That's some speed you're adding to that defense. So you're going to have some sideline to sideline speed. You got Budda Baker last year. I'm looking on the opposite side of Patrick Peterson. It looks like they have Robert Alford. And if you're Falcon fan, Remember Robert Alford? He was very inconsistent. He had his good time
Yep.
in the Super Bowl,
Pick six. Yep.
And he's had really, really bad games. I think, maybe they go corner later on. Maybe they can get Christian Fulton second round. And hopefully he can develop into that, number 2 corner there. Maybe interior defensive line. Let's see what needs to happen.
Ross Blacklock is still on the board if you want an interior defensive lineman. We've also got another question coming in from King Panther as well. Oh, just a diversity of topics that we're talking about. He just asked about Matthew Stafford. Thoughts on Matthew Stafford? I love him. We're Georgia
Stafford.
boys, so
yeah. I love Matt. Obviously, like his career's kind of been up and down. His numbers have always been there.
Mm-hmm.
And I just look at the management of Detroit that has really hurt him. The defense has never been good there.
Yeah.
And you have Darius Slay's pretty good corner.
Not anymore.
Right. I'm saying, they drafted Darius Slay.
Yeah.
He's gone now. I feel like you don't have a linebacker there. That defense is just,
hopefully
if we're asking fantasy wise, Matt Stafford, you want Matt Stafford. He's a starting caliber fantasy quarterback. And I just hope he breaks through, just kind of like what, his family's gone through with his wife. He got diagnosed with cancer. I'm really rooting for him. And, Calvin Johnson leaving him out to dry kind of hurt. But Calvin has his reasons. I respect it. But I love Matt Stafford. I hope he does well. And I'm just rooting for him to, make the playoffs as a wild card, of course, not as the division champ.
Yeah. Some sad news, actually. Dak Prescott's brother just passed away.
Wow.
Which is really tough. But as the Chiefs the pick is in for the Chiefs.
I said Trayvon Diggs or DeAndre Swift.
DeAndre Swift. I'm saying DeAndre Swift.
Breland came in I think the Packers let him go, or they didn't re-sign him. And he went to the Chiefs, and he played really well last year, especially in the playoffs. So I think they have him coming back on a 1-year deal. So maybe they do go running back instead of corner. Andy Reid likes his offensive guys, so he's probably.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I think as they're about to make the final selection, you got to look at the players that are going to be passed up in this first round. T. Higgins is a notable one. We talked about Diggs, but potentially could go to the Chiefs. Epinesa is another one.
Ezra Cleveland, who climbed boards late.
Ezra Cleveland, Josh Jones.
Antoine Winfield. We haven't talked about
Antoine
him.
Winfield.
He was, he's supposed to be a first-round pick. So,
yeah.
My guy, Grant Delpit.
Let's go with the Chiefs selection.
Ooh. My heart is just breaking for DeAndre Swift. But guess what, DeAndre? You don't need the Chiefs.
You know what's funny? I think you called it. When in our joint mock draft at 32, I had the Chiefs trading up at that point, but they picked Jonathan Taylor. And you were like, no, Jonathan Taylor doesn't fit that offense. He fits more like the Ravens. I think they're going to pick someone like Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Boom. Look at you.
Yeah, Clyde, he fits the Chiefs. I think I compared him to Kareem Hunt, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you
did. He has that low center of gravity. Kind of reminds me of Ray Rice a little bit. This guy came out of nowhere, and he just showed in college that he's one of the top running backs. He can run the ball. He can block. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. He's weirdly shifty. You look at him and you don't think he's shifty. He's kind of shifty. He can break tackles, and people don't want to get low, and he'll get lower than you. And I'm happy, for the Chiefs. That would be fun offense to watch. I was really hoping they went DeAndre Swift, but Edwards-Helaire, great pick.
Fantastic pick.
He's going to fit in great with the Chiefs.
I love that a lot. But that's it for the first round. of the NFL draft. Thank you guys so much for staying up with us up until midnight here on the East Coast. A lot of picks that were surprises for us, and not a lot of trades. Some trades here and there, but
I was kind of disappointed in that.
Yeah, maybe it's a virtual draft, like we mentioned.
Yeah, that's what we'll blame it on.
Yeah, why not? We have to blame something on someone. But yeah, we appreciate you guys watching this. Again, if you're not subscribed to this channel, make sure you guys hit that subscribe button so you can stay up to date when we come out with more videos and hopefully more live streams in the future. Final words?
Yeah, thank you guys for staying up. Can't wait for tomorrow and this weekend. There's still some really good players left on the board. We'll talk about McKinney, Swift, Cleveland, Winfield, Dobbins, Jonathan Taylor, Zach Bond. I mean, the list goes on. And follow up with us on and Time to Football. Keep watching the videos. I'm telling you, there's no one that works harder than this guy. And I'm telling you, he will make it big one day. And it'll be cool for you guys to say, I've watched him like when he was starting. So, just keep watching him, keep supporting him. And it'll be interesting. I can't wait to see like where this thing goes, Hassan.
Dude, you're so sweet. I just want to give you a hug.
But it was fun. Thank you guys for participating. So that was so fun.
That was awesome.
I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hopefully we didn't, bore you guys to death.
Hopefully not. But we had King Panther just say, super fun hanging out. Thanks for answering my questions. Can't wait to beat my friends at fantasy by watching all your videos. Yeah. You beat your friends at fantasy by drafting Mike Gesicki, tight end from Miami.
I will second that. Mike Gesicki. Okay, no. Don't do it. But take Mike Gesicki late.
Did take him in like the 8th or something, maybe. Yep. But yes, thank you guys so much for watching this video. And with that, stay tuned for the NFL draft in the upcoming weeks or upcoming days. And we are out.
Time to football, baby.
Mic drop.
That was fun as heck.